Morning, good day, and good evening. How are you doing, people? Hope you're having a good Wednesday so far. We have some people that were very quick today. Ginseng, first one in, shoutouts. As well as Bly Fly and Kamarao. Hope you're doing good, guys. We also have Neket as well as Checks. Welcome in. So, where are we starting off today? Well, first of all, for the people who were here on Monday stream, you might have heard me kind of messing up a little bit. For people who don't know, basically we have a system here. Well, I made one for my bot that tracks all the people who support the stream, whether that is by cheers, donations, subscriptions, whatever it might be, and logs all of these people to a certain file, where we then also make basically a supporter list that I can just copy-paste for the people who are supposed to be credited in my game as a supporter. However, last stream I might have accidentally corrupted the file, which made my bot overwrite the entire file into pure nothingness. There was 2 curly brackets, braces, whatever you call them. That was all I had. So I lost quite a bit of logs. Fortunately, I did have one backup. I did have one copy of the logs. But that one was, of course, like 3 weeks old. So yesterday, I had a very fun day where I basically had to go through every single event that has happened on stream for the past 3 weeks and manually log all of it to a file. But it is done and everything should be back to normal now. So that's good. But yeah, it was a little bit messy, not gonna lie. I think I should have probably made some better system. I mean, the thing is, if we're gonna be real here, I actually had code that was supposed to, in case a user log ever is corrupted, what it's supposed to do was to rename the file, save it, and then write to a new file. Like, we had that code in the bot. It was supposed to do it. Unfortunately, there might have been a little bit of a logical mistake where, you know, the code being corrupted happened before that, so it jumped to like a catch statement and basically missed the entire thing about renaming the file and just, you know, wrote it over. So that was a little bit messy, but it is, like I said, not only did I manage to restore all of the user logs, I have also made the bots a bit better. I did do some extra code yesterday, which I can show you guys in case anyone is interested. What did you learn? I learned that I should have, I mean, I think you people are gonna say I should have version control, but version control is more for the code, right? I mean, I suppose I could have, no, it doesn't really work. Because what I want to back up is the user logs, right? Like, that's the thing that is the most important. I suppose I could put the user logs on GitHub as well and like push every day after stream and they would be saved. But that means I have to manually remember to push. I mean, I suppose, can you make something that pushes for you each day? I mean, that could have been pretty sick. It just tracks changes to files. Yeah, and so like technically it could have worked, but the thing is that you need to save it, right? And the way you save it is to push it. But I suppose it could work. Otherwise I should have thought more. I should have tested, that's the issue, right? The issue is that I never tested my system for overwriting the file. I think that's the main issue, because if I would have tested this, I would have known that my renaming system was never called, meaning that, you know, it wouldn't rename the corrupted file. So I think the biggest lesson here is that I implemented code that I never tested. And that was probably one of the major issue. Because if I would have known about that, we could have fixed it, right? What is up, Red Raka, as well as AE, welcome in. How you doing? There are two types of people, Chirpy. People who write, etc. because they have too many examples. And people who write, etc. because they have ran out of examples. You are the latter. No. I don't know what you're talking about, man. How you doing, Raka? Nice new camera. I saw fucking high quality camera shit. Fucking that was almost I think my computer started lagging because of the resolution. Nice. Are you happy with it? Why not? Wait, why not what? However, what I did, because I can show you exactly where the main issue was. Can I zoom in on this? I can. So, not when we load data, yeah. Here, I had a function that loads data. I know I need to clean up this code, don't worry about it. We're fine, we're chilling. And here, I've made this thing where it checks if the loaded data is not equal to null, which it would be if the deserialization fails. If that was the case, it should rename the corrupted file. Pretty little clever thing. However, the main issue here is the fact that if this fails, it also throws an error, or a exception. Which means that since we're in a try thingy, it fucking, you know, loads out of this thingy and goes to the catch statement instead, where we set the user logs to null, or before I even made new ones. And that was the main issue. So now, how we actually change this instead is that if this fails, we set the user logs to null, and then what we did before is that when we're supposed to save it, I think I still have the code, to be honest, because like I said, I don't really clean this stuff up. Here, we just check if the user logs are null, then just send a message that the logs are corrupted, so that we know about it. But then, what I decided to do instead, this is redundant as hell, but immediately after I load the data, I check if the user logs are null. Because if they are null, it means that the files are corrupted. And then we immediately just end the entire script. There's no reason why we should ever do anything, you know, we don't need to continue here. If the logs are corrupted, I can't save it anyway, so it's fucked. So just let me know the logs are corrupted, I can fix it, just exit the whole thing. That's how we're doing it now. And yeah, like I said, there's a bit of redundancy here. There's basically 3 places where it potentially could have, you know, made sure that we don't work with a corrupted file. But right now, it seems to work, and I think that's the most important thing. Thank you, I'm happy with all the gear, but still figuring out all the settings to everything, which is a headache. I can imagine. It's always a lot, especially when it's like hardware stuff that you have new. Also, you little bugger, man. You always have to one-up me, don't you, Raka? Every fucking time he has to one-up me. You know what, people, listen to this shit. I buy a fucking Stream Deck. The normal Stream Deck. What does Raka do? He goes and buys the fucking extra large one. And now, I bought a fucking Elgato Key Lite, didn't I? And what do, Raka? You buy fucking 2, one-upping me again. Actually funny. Not jelly whatsoever, by the way. Hashtag not jealous. I just wanna play Kingdom Come Deliverance. Yeah, I've been watching a little bit of streams of people playing that game. It actually seems pretty fucking sick. I kinda do wanna play it again, I'm not gonna lie. My eyes. Oh shit, sorry guys. I don't know how to... I don't think I can make this into... Can I? Wait, actually. Settings. Is the... comment color? No, that's not what we want. Is there something like general? Maybe? Wait. Did I delete something? Oh. Did I delete something? Let me just double check this. But yeah, I kinda do wanna play that game as well, but I am also... I just feel like I have so much shit to do. I don't know if I can put in the time as of right now. In white papers or scientific texts, use the etc. similar as are discouraged. My final project teacher once said that it's like saying I don't know what more to put in here. I see what you mean. Wait, where did I use etc.? When did I say it? Am I don't even know the reference here right now. Am I lost? I might be lost. Was the file erased? Did you check the file to see if it was manually fixable? It doesn't seem like it. It wasn't erased, it was overwritten. But it was overwritten by the application, by the bot, which means that I don't think... Like, I tried, for example, Control Z, but since I didn't overwrite it myself, it didn't do anything. Dude, I don't understand. Did I just leak something? Do I need to reset my bot? Raka, you use StreamerBot. Can you help me out here quickly? Do I need to reset my bots? You leaked the bot instance ID. Should I reset it? Because there's a reset button here. I don't know exactly what this ID is used for. According to ChatGPT, if it's used locally, it should be fine, but if it's used with the API, it might not be. What's up, Arthur? Good morning. Welcome in, as well as LA Moon. How you doing? Nice to have ya. How you been? Red 1-up Raka. Yeah, basically. Best practice is probably to reset it. Fuck it, let's do it. This will break any bindings that are configured on the website, because it will show up as a new connection. I don't know what... Oh, that probably means it is used in that way. Okay, fuck it. I don't know exactly what this is gonna do, but let me reset it. And let's remember to be a little bit more careful showing the bot in the future. So what? Have this... Okay, I still seem to be connected to Streamlabs. What about OBS? I mean, it says I'm connected everywhere. Let me do a little test here. Okay, it seems to still be working, but it is reset now. Thank you, Raka. Wish me luck trying to get into my Microsoft account with an agent. Wait, trying to get into my Microsoft account? Do you mean it's locked? Are you locked out of the account? Yeah, the ID is reset now. I'm working in another place. It's harder to come without people noticing. Oh, I got you. I understand. Well, I'm glad to have you here, Lay, and I hope you've been good. Do you have a new job then, or is it just a new place physically, or whatever? I doubt anyone saved it, but Chess Party did just threaten you to start game dev. That is true. I don't know, but is it any... Do you think there's any other issue with it? Like, if I have reset it? You know? It's an old account. Okay, gotcha. Microsoft is not fun. I have an old Microsoft account I can't get access to. I think I've tried for years, you know. And I don't know, I personally have found that Microsoft is... I feel like they don't have the best system in terms of like trying to recover something. That's just my initial feeling about it. Sorry, got a little bit distracted here. As long as it's reset, should be no issue. Okay, good. Thank you. So yeah, is that all about the bot? Not really. We do have one more thing about the bot, actually. Since I was working on it yesterday, I did decide to also implement a new system that can, with a command in chat, automatically change someone's name in the credits. Basically, I refer to this as a name override. So in case either someone just wants to be credited by a different name than the Twitch name, that is now possible. As well as if someone would end up on the list with a somewhat inappropriate name, I have a way to be like, okay, you have to pick a new username or a new name for the credits. Because we probably don't want someone with a, you know, very inappropriate Twitch name to be in the credits of the game. I feel like it might be good to have some way of being able to change that, so that is fixed as well. So for anyone who is currently a supporter, if you are interested in being credited as something other than your Twitch username, then just let me know and we'll sort it. For now, I did make it into a moderator only command, so, you know, me or a moderator have to do it, but it's just to let us know and we'll sort it out for you. It's the same job, but my boss asks me to go to other office stores. Okay, gotcha. Like, I'm so confused because my number is on the account, but it's not sending the code, so now I'm talking to some agent. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think my issue was that I didn't even have the number, because it was an old number that I no longer have access to or whatever. I think, wait, you might be able to do the bots command as well. I don't think that one is moderator only. To be honest, I just realized. Raka, do you know, can I get dark mode on... Yeah, you can. Can I get dark mode in StreamerBot? Is it available? No dark mode? Okay. So what you're telling me, in other words, is that I leaked my StreamerBot ID for nothing? Fair enough. Well, I can still show you, if anyone is curious about how the code for name changes work. Flashbang, I can show you. This time I actually warned you. So we have, it's when we generate the supporter list. Basically, we added this one. In the user data, we now have a string called name override. So what I did, I kept this the exact same way. But then afterwards, after it has made the supporter list, which is just a list of strings, we loop through the list and then checks that name. So we do another loop, which there might be a better way of doing this, but I couldn't figure it out myself. This works. Basically, it loops through all of the supporters, checks the user logs and see if the name override is not equal to null, then it changes that user in the support list to the name override instead of the Twitch username, and then it writes it to the file. And yeah, it seems to work quite well, to be honest. I can show you it actually in action. So, for example, here we have the supporter list, and all I can do now. Null is evil? No, why is null evil? No dark mode? Yes, you don't need that Elgato light. Yeah, not when I have the bot open, that is true. Okay, so now we should be able to do something like, let's see here, supporter name, Red Raka. Boom. And now this should overwrite Red Raka's name with Raka Paka instead. So if I click here, boom, it automatically updates. Isn't that pretty sick? Stats, are you looking for the viewer stats or for the supporter stats? It's either exclamation mark viewer stats, I think, yeah, or exclamation mark supporter, if it is for in terms of this. And then we can also do supporter name Red Raka clear, and it should set it back to the username. I think it's very cool. Oh, that's not right. Red Rocker is 100% way of becoming a supporter. Oh, was it because I changed the name? Oh, Raka, can you try doing exclamation mark supporter again? Because you should get another message when you're in, but I think that one might read through the list and then it can't find your name since it's now a... I mean, it still says 100%. Yeah, there you go, that's the one it should send. Okay, interesting, so that is because of the name override. I did not think about that. Yeah, so when you check that one, it loops through this list and looks for your username, which means that if you had a name override, it doesn't find it. It's still kinda fine since it says 100%. However, you don't get the current rank, which might be a little bit annoying. Nah, we'll see. It's not something I'm gonna fix as of now. you can't do it, Raka. I did make that one moderator only, mainly for the fact that, you know, that gives me full control of what names people choose and stuff, so that they can be like approved or whatever. I'm just testing, sure thing, sure thing. I mean, it's good, to be honest, it's good to see that it only works for moderators, I suppose. Yeah, so far I feel like the bot is working quite well. I did do something else yesterday. I think that is pretty much all I have to say about the bot as of now. However, I also started trying a little bit of new ideas for... delete. For Steam Capsule art. Because I think it's a fair thing to say that I think what my Steam page is lacking the most is good asset art. I don't think this one is up to Steam standard. I don't hate it. I think this is decent. I wouldn't go as far as saying that this is straight up bad, but I think it could have been a lot better. I think in general, when you look on Steam, I feel like people have a higher quality than this. And I mean, if you want to see all of them, I can show you everything. Because I think, doesn't Gameanalytics show you? Or is, no, it's the Steam database, isn't it? Good enough, start gamedev. Yeah, this is gamedev related. Current wishlist status. They have not updated today, but the last update yesterday showed us that we have now reached 152 wishlists. That is the current number we are sitting at. So thank you all so very much if you wishlisted the game. If you haven't, then you have a link right here to go and do so. Let me also pin this, something I forget to do every time, but it might be worth it. So yeah, that is where we're sitting. The current goal is to hit 1000. We'll see how that goes. We do have quite a lot of time left. Nice. When are you expecting big spikes? I think the big spikes... To be fair, it seems like most people are kind of relying on big spikes in terms of getting wishlists. The only thing is that I'm not really in control of that. I mean, I suppose I am in indirect control of it. Because I think the main thing will be if someone with a bigger reach than I have a look at the game, right? Because that I've seen other, like, for example, I know a few other game developers who had like asthma goal and stuff, like look at the game even just for a few seconds on stream, and it like instantly spiked with like, you know, 500 wishlists or something. So like if something like that would happen, that would be pretty fucking sick. Otherwise, I suppose it's also if some... Because I imagine, as someone who doesn't have a publisher that markets stuff for me, the biggest spikes for me would be if I suppose a big streamer looks at the game, or if a big YouTuber makes a video about it, you know. I feel like that's my best bet, but that is not something I'm in direct control of course. Okay, fine, I'll look at the game on stream. There we go, thank you very much for your support, Raka, I appreciate that. What was I saying? Yeah, I was talking about the capsule art. I thought Steam database that actually showed all of the assets. I just see links to them. That's not what I was looking for. And damn, are we sitting at, according to Steam database, we're at 20 followers. That's not that bad actually. I think that's even pretty good if I'm not mistaken. If I remember correctly, I think someone said that you usually have about 10% of people who wishlist the game also follow the game. Which means that we are currently sitting above that. That's pretty dope. However, why can I not find it? Well, wait, I can just do this. Here. Steam assets. There might be some extra stuff in here, but... So like, this is the current stuff we have, right? And I don't think this is bad. Like I said, I don't think it's horrible. I think this is decent, you know? But I wouldn't go further than saying that this is decent.
Cheers.
Cheers, Ameripon, how you doing? Welcome in. So, I was thinking, I started playing around a little bit yesterday with like other ideas for like Steam, how we could make them, and I think I have some pretty good ideas. Because the thing is, Blender fun, nice. How does it with you, boss? All good, all good. Just trying to show off some new ideas for assets here. Because the main thing is that when we looked at this before, I think it's fair to say that even most pixel art games, if you remember, actually have like illustrations, right? There are a few exceptions, but most of them end up having illustrations. How do I find it again? That's what I'm wondering. I want to go by tags. Wait, I can just do this. Shroud of Gloom. I'm gonna go in here. Do I not have the pixel graphics? There we go. Most games seem to still do, like Dead Cells for example. This is like an illustration. And this is technically pixel art. But like Balatro, Stardew Valley, but I think Stardew Valley is a bad game to look at because this is an exception in pretty much every single way a game could be an exception, right? Binding of Isaac, illustration. That looks to be half illustration at least. UFO 50. Like most of these games, Vampire Survivors, almost everything is illustrations. It's somewhat rare to have games like Terraria that actually use pixel art. And the way I'm thinking is that it would also be way easier making the assets if we don't use pixel art. Because as soon as you start working with pixel art, you have to think about perfect scaling and stuff. I can only scale it up, like in... What is it? I can only square it, right? Like I can only go up by 2, 4, and so on. That's not true. But as long as I can only increase it by like 200%, right? Yeah, exactly, the power of 2. And also, what is up, Lasers? Sorry if I'm butchering your name, but welcome in, man. Nice to have you. So, you know, everything is just a little bit more annoying in terms of making these assets with pixel art. Because there's so many different sizes we need, so basically I can show you here where I think there's a lot of issues. Where, for example, in this one, take this one as an example. What did I just do? That's not what I meant to do. I think I would have liked to probably move the hands a little bit more out and make the text a little bit bigger. But the thing is that I can't make the text bigger if I don't want to have pixels. If you don't know what pixels is, it's kind of how it sounds. It's a mix of pixels, as in pixel sizes. Because if I just make this bigger, now the pixels here are going to be bigger than the pixels of the hand. And preferably, I would like to not do that, because it tends to in at least the vast majority of cases, it tends to look worse when you start mixing up pixel sizes. Whereas like if these were illustrations, I could just scale them however I want. Like life is just easier sometimes when you don't do pixel art. However, I would preferably still have something that kind of resembles the game, because I think it's a fine line between having a cool illustration and having something that gives people the completely wrong expectation of the game, which is not something I would like to do. Like if you look at... Excuse me? What is this? Anyway, if you look at Balatro, for example, this is an illustration, right? This is not pixel art in terms of like the text and stuff, but that looks fine. Scaling it in A-Sprite doesn't help either. I mean, it does in some regard. It does make it easier because you can scale it and have the pixel art remain. Or like have the pixels remain the same size, but it's still gonna be more work having to like, because I'm probably gonna have to fill in, it's not gonna scale perfectly, so I'm gonna have to do small little fixes and stuff. What about only pixel art, the logo pixel art and the rest of the illustration not pixel art? That could work as well, because then, if that's the case, I can just scale everything in term like, oh well, I still, yeah, I suppose maybe it could work actually, as long as these are big enough where we don't get weird anti-aliasing or weird scaling. I could probably scale it up a little bit. Or we do it in A-Sprite. Like, it is true that you can scale it in A-Sprite, it would at least be better, because it keeps the pixel resolutions. But it could also become weird. Shall we do a little test just out of curiosity? Wait, I need something that's native size. Am I blind? Wait, wishlist banner, that's the new one we made. Where do I have my project files? Oh, I did most of this through GIMP actually. Okay, let's just take this one, and I think this is upscaled if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is indeed. This is 12 by 12. Whoops, that's the wrong one. That's not what I want to do. Let's see how it would look. Wait, what fucking size is this? That doesn't work. Oh, I don't think the canvas is correct. Let's see. It should be right if we do this. I don't think the canvas is technically perfectly scaled here. Should I not just... You know what, I have an easier fix. Gonna open this one instead. This is native resolution. So, in A-Sprite, if you scale it, it does keep... No, actually, in some regard, it doesn't keep the pixel size. Because you see what's happening here? I mean, you can still get, like, weird scaling and stuff. Like, this is 2 pixels, this is 1 pixel. Whereas when we were down here, it was 1 and 1. So it still, like, does weird things, which means that if we scale it like this... How do I scale it? There we go. It's possible to do it, but I'm still gonna need to go around and, like, clean it up and stuff. Whereas, you know, obviously it does work when you scale it perfectly. Like if we scale this entire sprite to 200% and just use nearest neighbor, this is perfect. But it's only... That's why I feel like non-pixel art is easier to work with, because it scales perfectly, right? Just anti-aliasing is fine if you don't have pixel art. Then you can have a really dope creepy hands coming out of from the background, yeah. And pixel art logo would still sell that it's a pixel art game. That's the thing though, I'm not sure... Do we need to sell that it's a pixel art game? Do you know what I mean? Because, like I said, when we look here, these games are all pixel art. Most of them don't show you that. I mean, you could even argue that there's a little bit of pixel art in the logo here. Even Binding of Isaac doesn't really show you that it's a pixel art game. But yes, as Lazos is saying, now obviously for some reason we ended up getting the weirdest like cinematic here, but as soon as you have it, you know that it's a pixel art game. Like, the trailer will show that this is a pixel art game. Pretty sure there's an Ace-Rite plugin for upscaling. Oh, interesting. This one sounds nice. Advanced scaling. Allows for upscaling pixel art without introducing new colors using a variety of algorithms. Wait, without introducing new colors? As in between frames? Okay, so this is the between frames. That's pretty nice though, when you're doing animations. But is this for upscaling per se? It seems to more be for in-betweeners and making sure that colors are correct. Upscaling pixel art without introducing new colors. Interesting. But anyways, the text kinda does it with the font. That is true. Maybe a subtle hint that it's pixel art, yes. And that, like I said, we could just make a really upscaled image of the logo and still use the logo, but maybe do illustration for the actual like art, you know, which would basically mean, right, that we do something similar to Binding of Isaac. They technically have a pixel art logo. Not fully though, is it? The resolution is too low. Because this is like big kinda... No, this is faked pixel art. It's not true pixel art. Because this is angled, right? There's a perspective on it. But it's made to look like pixel art, basically. Which I suppose we could do as well. Interesting, I haven't thought about that. Because as long as we scale it up enough so it becomes like a huge image, we could even like do little weird... perspectives and stuff on it. Interesting. Like, keep it with the pixel art style, but not have it be true pixel art. And when I say true pixel art, I don't mean that in like a bad way, I just mean that it's, by technicality, it isn't pixel art anymore. Yeah, it's an interesting approach, maybe pixel test and a pixel text and graphic background. Yeah, I think that could work. This is an interesting one. The character is an illustration. The cards look like they're illustrations as well. Wait, no, so is the logo. It's only the background here. They basically do it the opposite way. Because the background is pixel art. That is kind of interesting. Here we have another one, Sunhaven. This is a non-pixel art logo with a pixel art background. Oh, so that's also opposite. We are basically thinking of doing it, yeah, vice versa. Potentially having a pixel art logo with an illustrated background. This is another one where I think the text is made to look like pixel art, but, you know, it's technically not pixel art. It could be. No, to be fair, since there's not like a true like perspective shift on it, that actually could be real upscale pixel art. This is complete illustration. Basically, Dave the Diver, non-pixel art logo, pixel art background. This looks really good, but it's high resolution pixel art. I can't make pixel art that big. I don't have the skills for it, I think. Enter the Dungeon is a complete illustration. This stuff is interesting analyzing. Hyper Light Drifter looks like everything is illustrated, right? Yeah, I don't think that's high resolution pixel art. Technically everything is high resolution pixel art. Technically speaking. You don't need to for sure, but you seem fixated that you need to have pixel art in your capsule art. No, actually not. That's kind of the thing I'm thinking about, that I think I don't really need it. I think I did it because... I think I did it in pixel art because it seemed approachable, me already having a bunch of assets in the game that are pixel art. Like, just let's be honest, I didn't make anything new. Like, the hands are just these hands with a bit of shading on it and him cut out. And then I just put this logo in between. Like, that's my assets, right? But when you're looking here, like, most of these games don't use pixel art. Some do, but most don't. I, for one, will forgive you of your pixel/valve sins if you just scale it up. But then we have mixels instead, right? And that's it. That's illegal, as far as I know. It's an interesting approach. Oh no, I read that one. Yeah, pixel text and graphic background. Yeah, it seems like mixing is not weird. Like, it seems most people do it the opposite way. Where, like this one, for example, Fields of Mistria, is non-pixel art logo but pixel art background. But we do know, obviously, we have Binding of Isaac that does something similar, where the logo is pixel art but not the background. This is complete illustration. This is kind of cool logo. Cool. Here's the same thing. Like, the logo technically isn't pixel art, but it's still made with like something that looks like a pixel art font. So basically, what I did yesterday is that I started trying to do a few tests to get some ideas with ChatGPT, and then I just edited those images to get some ideas for what we potentially could do to improve our assets. So I thought I could show you guys and we can see what you guys think. Unpacking is such a good game, never played it, to be honest. Yeah, oh, that's all pixel art. Yeah, it does seem more common to do pixel art background, non-pixel art text. Or just everything illustrated. But I don't think it matters. I think it's fine doing some mixing. I think that is fine. In terms of, I don't think we should mix pixel sizes, but I think mixing illustrations and pixel art can be fine if you do it the right way. Oh, this one is kind of nice, but this is the thing. A lot of these pixel art ones that look really good are like high resolution pixel art. My game is really low resolution, which means I would have to make new assets. And also, I'm just not the best when it comes to making high resolution pixel art. I think I am arguably better at the smaller resolutions. You should do everything pixel perfectly ratioed, Chirpy. Yeah, Celeste is an interesting one as well. Because I think like, they have quite good capsule art. And they do full-on illustration. Okay, do you want to see the tests I did yesterday? The only question that matters is it an attractive image or not? Yeah, exactly. And I think mine currently are not as attractive as they should be. I think that is fair to say. Because there's something about this just... I don't know, it doesn't align perfectly. It looks a little bit... like I said, I don't think it's horrible. For a non-artist, I still think I did a decent job, but I definitely think it could be better. When I look around on Steam, I feel like this is not up to standard. It's not up to par for what people expect on Steam. And that is what kind of haunts me a little bit. Do you by any chance know of the game World of Horror? I do not. Oh, interesting. 1-bit pixel art as well. It's also somewhat high resolution. This game's good. You've played it as well, Netjet? It does look cool. This is technically pixels, right? It doesn't look like the logo and the background have the same pixel sizes. I don't think so. Look at how small the title in the game is. Technically not, because let's be honest, this is the Japanese title, right? Because this is no, which is usually in Japanese used as of, which means that I assume this is World of Horror in Japanese. What's up, Argmotic? How you doing? Welcome in, man. If you're wanting a bit more data to compare, this website is a pretty good for a free resource. Ooh, interesting. Gamesstats.com. Thank you for sharing, man. Let me see, I think you could get away with something like this even. Yeah. No, I think I could. Just I feel like I still might want to keep it 1-bit or like black and white to kind of represent the art of the game. Okay, so wait, how do I use this? What exactly is this? Oh, so is this just like... Oh, that is a pro feature. Steam marketing tool. Okay, a lot of this is pro stuff. Oh, I can search for tags. Would you say... Oh, but we can get... I see. Yeah, this might be... Let me actually save this. Where is my bookmark thingy? Huh? There we go. Thank you for sharing. Appreciate ya. This one is pretty sick too. I assume... I think this is a pixel art filter, right? I think so. Oh yeah, with this one I could also check if there's... this is interesting. Because here we can check like revenue, prices, amount of followers. Oh yeah, I suppose you could do some comparisons here to see like... What is this sorted by default? What am I sorting on? Oh, sort net revenue. Okay. Interesting that the ones who actually have sold the most do have pixel art assets. That's kind of interesting to think about. But I also think that these are games like Stardew Valley is an exception to like every rule that exists. So I don't think I can look at Stardew Valley Which is, as far as I'm aware, they even had a community before they launched on Steam, you know. Some shafts of light in the middle highlighting the logo, yeah. Not played it because I'm too scared, but watch someone play it. Okay, gotcha. I actually enjoy your image as is. If anything, just scale it up 10%. But there we go, checks. This is the issue with doing pixel art. Because if I scale that up by 10%, we're not gonna get perfect scaling. That's the thing that I find annoying working with pixel art when doing stuff like art assets, which we need so many sizes for. Thank you for the gigantified emote. Yeah, it's interesting because that's why I think that might actually be one of the reasons why so many games choose to not do pixel art. Because for like store assets you need so many different sizes and resolutions and stuff, and it's just easier to make them if you don't have pixel art. I think it's fair to say that it is, you know, arguably easier. Welcome in polyglot programmer. Because pixel art is freaking hard. Yes, I mean it is. It is. That's the thing I think that a lot of people have a misconception about. A lot of people think that since you have like less of a canvas, pixel art is going to be arguably easier. And I think that's incorrect. Pixel art in a lot of ways is more difficult. In some ways it can be easier, absolutely. But I think it's all pros and cons, right? Because with pixel art it's stuff like scaling is more difficult. Rigging is almost impossible unless you use like, you know, you do something where you have like a pixel art filter afterwards, but it's technically not pixel art in the game, you know. Because like if you do normal 2D drawn assets, like you can just rig your body and animate it. Pixel art, you have to draw everything, and like stuff like that makes there's a lot of things that actually make pixel art more difficult to work with. I mean, does the marketing assets have to be pixel? No, they don't. That is kind of the thing I'm starting to lean towards, that I think we should maybe not use pixel art. Just look at Celeste. Like, you know, really good critiques and everything, and they don't do it. Not even the logo. I'm gonna make a horror game about 1 pixel. Animating in pixel art is pain, much more than 3D, yeah. And also another thing we discussed was like perspectives and stuff. Also much more, if you want to fake 3D in 2D, it's like working then, same thing, people assume that 2D is just always going to be easier. Some things are. Coding, physics and stuff is arguably easier in 2D than 3D, because you don't have to take the, you know, third dimension into consideration. But like changing perspective, if you have fake 3D and you want to change perspective in 2D, you have to draw a new image, right? Whereas in 3D, you just rotate the camera. Boom, it's done in like 2 seconds. I still think for me 2D is probably easier in general, but there's definitely some things that become more difficult depending on the medium you choose. I do think that's fair to say. Okay, before I rant for too long here, do you want to see what I did? So these are some tests that I did. Shaders Party writes a pixelator shader. There are stuff like that which seems like it can be pretty useful. Definitely. Just doesn't Dead Cells, they use a shader, right? I don't think the game is actually drawn in pixel art. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the case. Okay, so I did some tests yesterday. I got AI to make a little monster for me. This is, like I said, me just testing, and like, how could this look? But I'm not sure I love this, because it's a little bit too on the nose or whatever. But then I thought, what actually represents the game even better? A flashlight, right? So if you could make something kind of mysterious and spooky with a flashlight, something like this, I think this could be really good. And this could even work in different sizes as well. I tried doing like a more wider one for like, you know, the search art and stuff. I think something like this with like a flashlight could be a pretty sick idea, but let me know what you guys think. You must keep your existing image? You mean my current art? I don't think so. I think it could be very much improved if we did something. Just this, I feel like, even though it's not like pixel art and whatever, I still feel like it's somewhat, you know, represents the game in terms of like it's almost black and white, and obviously a flashlight is one of the main mechanics in the game. But I think if we wanted to, we could even do something like this, where we make our own illustration for it, and maybe even make it a 1-bit drawing instead. So no, not 1-bit pixel art perhaps, but doing like 1-bit drawing. Do you know what I mean? Are you worried about the clickbait aspect of this? Yes and no. In summary, I am, because I do not want to give people the wrong impression. But at the same time, people are very used to the art assets not being like full-on representation of the game art, right? Because, I mean, most of these games are not. Would you say that Balatro shows how the game looks? Not really, does it? Rain World? That doesn't show what the game looks like. Binding of Isaac? That's not how the game looks. Vampire Survivors? Absolutely not. UFO illustration, but it's simple pixel art. So the thing is that, because that's the main thing I was worried about in the beginning, is that I don't want to seem like I'm trying to trick people. But I don't think people get tricked, because if they become interested by the capsule art, what do? They hover, and they will instantly see what type of game it is. And if people don't think that UFO, Vampire Survivors, or Binding of Isaac are clickbait, I don't think mine has to be either, as long as I don't go too far. Which is why I think in some regards something like this might seem more clickbaity compared to doing something like this. Because I feel like even though this isn't pixel art, it's still almost 1-bit, and it's also... It still somewhat represents the game, right? What's up, P. Gawley? Welcome in, how you doing? Admotic is a stinky pants, that's all. Cheers. Cheers. Admotic, are you gonna defend yourself? You can use a 1-bit converter. Yeah, true. We live in a world, we live in a clickbait world. There's nothing wrong with it. No, I do think like, and I think it doesn't have to be clickbait per se. Like, would you guys say that Binding of Isaac uses a clickbait art on Steam? I wouldn't really say so, because I think that people understand that cover art is not a true representation of the game. Like, it's cover art, that's what it is. Even, you know, Steam art is not game art. Exactly, that's what I mean, because if you look at like PlayStation 2 games, how many PlayStation 2 games actually use in-game art for the cover art on the fucking CD box? I mean, almost none of them do, right? So like, I think people are used to cover art not being a full representation. Exactly, just like cinematic trailer is not a gameplay trailer. Yeah, people know when something is a cinematic trailer. Doesn't mean it's bad. When you're looking for gameplay, it can be annoying in a cinematic one. But that's the thing, if people want to see the gameplay of UFO, all they do is hover, and boom, you have the gameplay. So I don't think it necessarily is clickbait to not use game assets for like the cover art, so to speak. And even we could actually make this even more of a representation of the game if we want to. If we try, I was thinking about potentially, one thing we could do is maybe, just there's probably a bit of color in here. I suppose we could just completely unsaturate this. You know what? I don't think there was any color. Oh no, am I on the wrong layer? Oh yeah, that's the shading. This is the flashlight. Yeah. Technically even more 1-bit. Not that I think this actually makes a huge difference in how people are gonna... I mean, it's barely noticeable. But what I was thinking otherwise is that we could potentially make this into... Shouldn't it look kinda cool if we made like a 1-bit... imagine like a 1-bit sketch drawing. Do you know what I mean? Am I making any sense? Like, I would need to get my drawing tablet for this. But imagine that we do something like this. Obviously, I would make this better. This is just for testing purposes. And then, you know, we would have like the lines in the wooden stuff, as well as the big boards going here. Just bear with me, bear with me. This is just an idea, but we're gonna test it. Imagine we do something like this, but we make it kind of look like a sketch, if that makes sense. And then what we could do is create a flashlight by just shading this stuff more so that the highlights kind of look like the light from the flashlight. Maybe. I don't, like I said, I haven't tested this. That's what we're doing right now. And then, I don't know, is there something I can do to... Is there some tool I can use to make this look more like a sketch? Distort it, maybe? Newsprint. Ripple? No, that's not what I'm looking for. Wait, let me do this. What let me do? Just to give you guys an idea of what I'm thinking. Can I find something similar? Like I'm thinking like an... This is not really what I'm looking for. Is this pixel art? It is. This is not what I'm looking for. Because I don't want an actual sketch. I want art that looks like a sketch. Like digital sketch art. I mean, kind of. Doing something like this, you know. Like imperfect lines or whatever you want to call it. To kind of make it look... Because obviously this looks too cartoony now. But imagine if you would like... I don't know, make it more imperfect and stuff. It should maybe look cool. I mean, it would be... I think that there must be a tool I can use here. Feel free to tell me if you think this is a shit idea. That's absolutely fair. Enhance. What if I over-sharpen it? No, that's not gonna work. Noise reduction, anti-aliasing is not what I'm looking for. Ripple, was that one I used before? I think it was. Makes it mosaic. Oh, that's an interesting one. Artistic. Texture the image as if it was an artist's canvas. Okay. Glass tile, cubism, cartoon, oilify, photocopy, simulate color distortion produced by copy machine. Oh, fucking hell. Nope. That is not what we're looking for. Simple linear iterative clustering. I don't even understand half of these. Fuzzy border, old photo. Oh wait, is this a frame? Yeah, kind of, that's not what I want. Photoshop has a threshold filter which would work really well. Not sure if GIMP has it. A threshold filter. Van Gogh? Special effect that nobody understands. Did we have to try this one? Yeah, because there definitely is. I know, like you said, I know in Photoshop there are certain filters and stuff that can make stuff look more like drawn. I mean, this is kind of making it look like crayon though, isn't it? I feel like this is starting to look like a crayon, which might work actually, but we're looking for something else here. Dumping relevant info I've hoarded the past few years in case you haven't seen any of these yet. For sure, for sure. Might be under image rather than filter. Could be. Let's see, what do we have here? How great key art can lead to doubling marketing numbers. This is good stuff. Let's put this one in the video queue. What else do we have here? Handy guide to graphical assets on your Steam store page. Oh yeah, I've been on this one. Yeah, this one is nice because it does actually... This is something I feel like Steam kind of misses out on, showing the actual examples of where this stuff is used. They only like explain it. Why is my bookmark thing disappearing every now and again? Oh yeah, this one I have. I did do this course. Really do recommend it. Good stuff indeed. He also, though, to be honest, he says you should definitely use a professional artist, which is not what I'm doing. Just we feel a little bit broke here, so I don't wanna, you know, invest too much just yet. But really recommend the course overall. Really good stuff. What did you say? Maybe image? But this is more like specifically the canvas and size and stuff. I mean, I feel like it would be a tool or a filter. Thank you for sharing it, Motic. Appreciate ya. Render. Noise. Nope. Decor, no. Map. Illusion. Little planet. Paper tile. Cut image into paper tiles and slide them. Fractal trace. Mandelbrot fractal. I don't know what half of this shit means. Oh, that's interesting. Came kinda psychedelic. Like I said, in Photoshop there would be threshold. In GIMP, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like there should be something similar. Yeah, we do have an ad coming up. I'm gonna use that as a quick break to go and get more coffee. Found it. Let's go. Let's see what this is. Thank you, Ameripon. How to use threshold in GIMP. just 1 second. I need to find where I have my music playing. There we go.
And we're back to learning gamedev, and this time I'm going.
Yeah, look, because that kind of makes this look a bit more like a drawing, right? Which is kind of what we are looking for.
Show you how to use the threshold. We can do lots of fun stuff with it.
Am I still playing music? No, it's from the video.
But let's go over the basics here first. I've got the origin right here and I copy it. Let me rename it. And I make sure that this is active.
Thank you for sharing. Okay, we have the ad coming up now. I'm quickly gonna go and reheat my coffee, and then we're gonna check this out. Give me just like 30 seconds or so, and we will be right back. Thank you guys very much for your patience. That's the nice thing about coding, that at least now, when I'm starting to get a little bit into it, I actually kind of understand the errors I get and what the issue is. Whereas I remember in the beginning, like, I would get errors trying to, and you know, there's a message with it. It's trying to tell you what the issue is. I wouldn't actually understand what it was trying to tell me. So I could spend like ages trying to fix a problem when I had no hint at all to what the problem actually was. Because I didn't understand the fucking lingo. They're like, oh, we have a null exception reference. And I'm like, fam, what the fuck is a null exception reference? I don't fucking know. I've been coding for 2 days, fam. So at least now I can say that it's starting to get a little bit easier that way. Do you guys want to know something fun? This is a bit awkward. Do you know what I use as a secondary light when I'm streaming? Because I don't have one of those fancy ring lights or whatever the fuck that everyone on TikTok uses. You know what I do? Look, I'm a bit too dark now. What I do is that I literally open Wikipedia on one of my monitors. Completely white page, lighting up my face. Genius. If it works, it's not broken. It's so fucking scuffed though. It's actually scuffed. Okay, we are back. Thank you guys for your patience. Oh, so this is how you reach the 12-hour mark? Shut up, Raka. Shut up. Okay, let's have a look.
You will find the threshold. Preview is checked so that we can see the effect.
Also, wait, you must take breaks too. Or do you do a full 8-hour stream without a break? I mean, to be fair, I have done so as well. It is not entirely uncommon. If you would look back on my VODs, there are definitely a few times where I did like full streams and maybe kind of forgot to take a break. But in general, like, you must eat, man, right?
Applied in real time. And you've got this.
Oh, okay, they do have threshold. Oh, wait, so
first.
He made a copy.
I've got the origin right here and I copy it. Let me rename it. And I make sure that this is active in the layers menu. And under colors, you will find the threshold.
Oh, it was under colors, okay.
Threshold. Preview is checked so that we can see the effects applied in real time. And you've got this left-hand slider and right-hand slider. And it affects the dark and the light parts in the image.
Interesting.
You can change the channel, so let's check the preview. Our background right here is very bluish. So if we go to our blue channel and we drag the slider from right to left, you can see that we'll get parts of the background back as it is blue in the original. You can always try the auto. Maybe in a value channel it looks somewhat nice. But I like this effect on the blue channel, so I go down right here with the darker parts and the lighter parts, so that I have something like this. And confirm it. Now, one cool effect that you can use, it's very easy. Just go to the blending mode and use screen for this when you got the original below, and you will get this.
Oh yeah, then it takes the image or
like
the colors
effect a little bit
from the one below.
And all that you need is this threshold and the blending mode of screen, and then you're good to go. As I've said, you can do lots of fun stuff with it. and we're going to use this in future tutorials. But that's it about the basics of the threshold in GIMP. I hope.
Good tutorial, straight to the point. Thank you for finding it, Ameripon, appreciate ya. Okay, let's try first if we do just something like this, where we have the image, that we make a drawing digitally, and we try to make it look more like a drawing. Let's see how this works. What did we do? Colors. To be fair though, he duplicated the layer first. Should we do that? Duplicate it, then we take this one. We're gonna go... Let me hide the other one. Colors threshold. Let's see how this works. We might have to do it on the actual image, since this is... Yeah, I'm not sure this is gonna work great on 1-bit, right? Yeah. I suppose it doesn't. Let's see how it would work if we do it on the actual image. Yeah, so if you took like the image of the hands or the image of the flashlight, you can use threshold and get some interesting effects. Yeah, it's not going to work on plain line because it's only one color basically. There is no threshold, so to speak. Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. However then, if we take this one... But I wonder then, oh yeah, because it's only one color. So it doesn't matter if the lines are imperfect, this filter thingy, or whatever you would call it, wouldn't really work anyway, I suppose. Wait, did that? But this reduce the number of colors. Okay, let's try it on this to see what happens. I suppose we go value. Am I on the wrong layer? I'm on the wrong layer. Thought so. Colors, threshold. Oh, here we go, here we go. Yeah, this is kind of what we're looking for, isn't it? And we can make sure that you still see the... Yeah, a bit of the effect inside of the flashlight, because I suppose that looks kind of nice. Yeah, we want a lot of white in there. And then if we would play with this one... Yeah, this is kind of what I'm talking about. Because wouldn't you argue that this kind of represents the art style of the game more? Although this isn't pixel art, although this is, you know, a realistic photo, I mean it's AI art, let's be honest, it still kind of gives off that 1-bit vibe, where I feel like something like this could work quite well. And maybe even with the pixel art logo, to be honest. And this would be easy to scale for every single like resolution that we need. Yeah, let's try opening the... Let me find the logo and let's see how that one would look in here. Because I do have a bigger logo that we should be able to scale down, and we might get a bit of anti-aliasing, but it shouldn't get too messy. Also, BGT Stark, thank you very much for the follow, I appreciate you. Library logo. Let's see how it would look with a pixel art logo in here. What are we thinking? Just let me also try, just out of curiosity, if I scale this maybe with cubic, let's say we would scale it down a little bit. Like this, yeah, it's slight imperfections here, but when the image is this big, I wonder if it really matters. And otherwise, as long as we stay this big, we might even be able to do it with no interpolation. It is going to make technically imperfect pixel art. Like there might be, like this one is slightly taller than it is wide. But is it gonna matter? Is that enough to be noticeable? Because this looks pretty decent, to be honest. So either the choice with them... Wait, what happened with my... Oh, did I not apply it? Sorry. Colors, threshold. Am I on the right layer? Nope. Colors, threshold. Let's move this down a little bit, do something like so, and then... maybe something like this. Because either we do the pixel art logo, or we do, maybe not exactly this one, but something similar where we basically don't have pixel art. That is looking good. Personally, I think the logo would look good if it was rendered in high resolution with realistic looking blood dripping down as well. Yeah. No, I do think it, obviously it doesn't, what you call it, it blends in better when we have a high resolution logo as well. Because you can tell that there's like a bit of difference in art style here, and I wonder if this, it creates some type of dissonance. Perhaps harmony, like agreement or harmony between people or things. Yeah. It basically, it feels like this lacks a little bit of dissonance. Or not lacks, no, it gives off a little bit of dissonance. Compared to something like this. Well, you know, it's kind of interesting with the outline effect here. But maybe, as you said, what if we would do something like this? Take this one. We are going to go layer, transparency, and then we go alpha to selection. And create a new layer on top. Okay, we're not gonna make it look realistic now, we're just gonna see what it would look like if we had... What is the opacity? It's pretty decent. We just did something similar to what we do with the pixel art. This is, like I said, just testing purposes. It's not gonna look great, but just to see how it would look like if we introduced a little bit of color in here. It does feel like the whole thing pops a little bit more when you have some color, right? I don't know if you guys find it annoying that I zoom out so much all the time, but I think it's important to make sure that you check how this stuff would look in like a smaller size. Because now I'm actually a little bit scared that this flashlight is not super readable, right? If it would be shown in this size. Like when it's like this, it's fine. Even like this would kind of be the size of the header capsule on Steam. I think that's fine. In the search, it would be like this size. This is almost unreadable. Is there a way to edit the threshold I added to this one? If I do a new threshold, do I have the other one? Is that saved, or is this gonna be a threshold on top of a threshold? I think it would be. Yeah, and That does not really work. Okay, interesting. What do you think, guys? I think something like this could be better than what we currently have. Which is this. Like I said, I don't hate this one. I don't think it's horrible. But I don't think it is on, like, Steam standard. Original is perfect. This one? Why? I don't think this one is as good. I don't think it is. I mean, it definitely represents the game a lot in terms of like art style and stuff. But I just... poll chat right now. I will do a poll. I will do a poll. Okay. Let's get both of these up here. Let me do this actually. Let's do a little sport as... And I suppose this would be like the header capsule. Okay, new poll. What do you prefer? The original pixel art one, or I don't know, the illustration, but still 1-bit. Let's do 2 minutes. So what we are debating is whether this one... Can I not zoom out here? That's a bit annoying. Which one do you guys prefer? Here, let's go. What is best? Pixel art? Or the illustration? Obviously don't focus too much on details here, because either one could be fine-tuned and stuff. Like, obviously here we would do something more interesting with the text. This one could probably be improved as well. Maybe doing more stuff with the logo or like formatting wise. So like don't look too much on like specific details, but like the general vibe here. What do you guys prefer? Would you say that you prefer the original pixel art assets from the game, or doing some type of an illustration? Chex thinks the original is perfect and 2 need more clickbait. You would think that this needs more clickbait. 2, and Rucker thinks 2 is way better, objectively speaking, not subjectively, but objectively. Interesting. What's up, Kane? Welcome in as well. Aesthetically speaking, the OG gives me better vibes based on what I saw so far. You mean better vibes in terms for the game? Is that what you mean? Yes. Okay, interesting. Okay, wait. So are you thinking... Yeah, I was just gonna say, just to be clear, I don't think it's so much about like whether we should have a flashlight on the ground or whether it... Fuck, have we fucked up the poll? Yeah, because basically I went... Yeah, I think, Roger, as you're saying, I think we should do this on the art style. Because like we said, we should do this one exactly the way it is, but with a art style like this. Basically going semi-realistic illustration 1-bit style or pixel art. Because yeah, I realize now that we might be judging different things here. The poll is troll. Should we do a new one? Yeah, it seems like multiple people might have voted as... I think I described this in a bad way. I think this is on me. Let me do a new poll. Let's just do what art style is best. Not motive. And then we do either pixel art or a 1-bit illustration. Is that fair? Yeah, I think that. Words matter, they do. Yeah, I think that was on me, I think I worded it badly, so people were voting for different reasons. So which art style do you think is best for Steam capsules? Keeping pixel art or doing a 1-bit illustration? So it's not about the motifs, it's not about these specific ones, more like generally speaking the art style. What do you guys think would be best? So we have a new vote going now. Feel free to cast your votes. Everyone knows that voting matters. It is important to let your voice be heard. Streamer bad. Yeah, I think that one was on me. I think I should have been more clear. Okay, so far it's 50-50. Interesting.
Red Rucker is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. Chat is trolling, chat ban. I mean, if we would ask Chris Sukavsky, his answer would definitely be that the illustration is better than the pixel art. But that's Chris Sukavsky, and everyone has their own opinion,
Don't forget
right?
to save.
Oh. Hey. Cheers, man. Can we add an amendment to the vote? Pixel art, but with some added detail. Ah, that one is tricky as well, because we could do something like that. Holy shit, pixel art actually won with 67%. I would not have seen that one coming. Interesting. Pixel art with added detail. The only annoying thing is that it's almost impossible for me to do much more details unless we make it higher resolution, right? Which that also becomes more, arguably a little bit more difficult. But I mean, it's definitely possible. But like with this current resolution size, I think it's difficult to do a much more detailed one. So we would probably need to up the resolution. Yeah, I suppose depending on what you mean by details. I think the middle / text area is fine. Just need something around the borders. The truth is I hate the second one because it's ChatGPT. But then you're still not voting on the thing. We're not voting on the motives or how they were created. We're voting on the general art style. Right? It's not. I'm not saying I'm gonna put this one straight onto Steam. And I'm not saying that we would just put... Like, both of these should still be improved. I'm not saying that we're gonna use exactly this. Yeah, I think the art pieces themselves is influencing the vote too much. I do think so as well. And also, what's up, Braxton Wise? Welcome in, how you doing? Second one looks a little too generic compared to other horror games. Interesting. It's not bad, it's just samey. Yeah, I suppose this one might strike as a little bit more unique. I think that might be fair to say. Remember, the Nazis won the popular vote too. Democracy isn't perfect. That is a fair argument. There's nothing wrong with using AI to visualize ideas quickly. Yeah, that is basically what we're doing here. Like, in the end, I'm not going to use art from ChatGPT, because although I know people do it on Steam, as far as I'm aware, there might actually be some guidelines that say you cannot use art from ChatGPT, because as long as if this would happen to be influenced by copyrighted material, it wouldn't be okay for you to use it on Steam, according to Steam's guidelines. And generally speaking, I do want to try and, you know, be as safe as possible. So this is not like we would get a, you know, we would probably make something other than this. This is more just to visualize different types of styles we could do. You changed it enough? Does it work like that? You have to disclose any AI generation things on Steam page. Yeah, and that is fine, but as far as I'm aware, they still have guidelines saying that, like, if you can't... Like, I think using AI art for the assets would be objectively fine if you have an AI that you have trained on things you know are not copyrighted. Otherwise, I think this is like a grey area zone in terms of Steam guidelines, as far as I'm aware. Even more reason to go with the original? No! Oh my god! People, are you not listening? We are not debating these exact assets. It's about art style. I could make my own one of these without no fucking ChatGPT. Let me just find an old floorboard and a flashlight and I can take a photo. It's not about the art pieces. It's about the art style. Should we do pixel art or should we do like more of an illustration? Democracy has failed, it's time for a new system. Am I gonna have to make this into a fucking dictatorship? We might need to. Yeah, I think this is difficult because I still feel like we might be voting on different things here. Only Judge add me to the council. You're the boss. Must amend the vote again. I thought it was this or that on the vote. No, I put in... Fam, people, I put not motive. What art style is best, not the motive. And it still seems like half of you voted for the motive itself. Dude, I can... How can I do this? We need a perfect way to set up this vote so that it cannot be misinterpreted in any way. I think it's too hard when we visualize it here, because I think it's only human to look objectively at these two, which one you prefer the most. Even with the, you know, what you call it? The knowledge you have, for example, checks you saying that this is ChatGPT, that it seems to influence your vote. It's currently 8:30 and my brain doesn't start working until 12. No worries, I'm not. Look, I'm also like half shit and I think I might not be... It's hard to explain this in the best way where, you know, there's no misinterpretation of what we're discussing. And I think it's only human to look at this like in a very objective way. I'm a fan of pixel art in general. I do like pixel art in general as well. But I mean, you guys can feel free to disagree, but I don't think that this art asset, as is good enough for Steam. And I also find that using pixel art when you need all of these different sizes is a little bit annoying. Just even this one. I think... No, go back. That's not what I wanted to do. No, I might have scaled this one perfectly, actually. Oh, missing pixel? I didn't even notice that. But like, I don't think this one is up to Steam standard. What I'm thinking is basically that it seems like it's a much better pipeline to use illustrations, because you don't have to worry about scaling. From an indie realistic standpoint, the right side one is going to net you easier and cleaner Steam page art compared to pixeling a million different things. Yeah, I think it's gonna be easier working with this type of art. That's something I think is kind of objectively true, because when you're working with pixel art, you have to take into account stuff like scaling and stuff. For example here, without making new art, I can't really scale. I couldn't make these hands smaller if I wanted to, compared to the logo. I would have to redo them. I could scale them down in A-Sprite, but that's not gonna be perfect. I'm still gonna have to put in more work and effort to like make sure that things are good for each one. Which is one of the reasons why this one is a little bit weird, in terms of like there's very much blank space here and stuff. Because I just couldn't be bothered. Which that is what I think is so easy when it comes to stuff like this. If I have something that's an illustration, I could just have the illustration itself as a high resolution image and then use a high resolution logo, and I can just scale and you know, move this around however I want, never having to worry about it. It's like easier to work with. But I also think it's quite important that it, you know, what actually works on Steam. Like, would more people be interested in this one or in this style or with this style? What's up, Brainoid Games? I don't know, we do have an ad running, I don't know. No, wait, never mind, you have the subscriber badge. How you doing, man? Welcome in. I was lurking in your stream the other day. How have you been? You are more omnipresent than I am, let's go. I think the answer you're looking for is practicality equals illustration style. It's too cumbersome to design pixel art style, Steam images and capsules. Yeah, I do think it's fair to say that it requires a lot more effort for me working with the pixel art style. But I also want to take into account what is actually best for the game. Like, is it better for me to have pixel art? Maybe in terms of like representing the game. Or is it better for me to use an illustration? Because maybe, I don't know, it just looks better. And there I think I'm not entirely sure. Because like I said, when you look at Steam, the vast majority of pixel art games don't use pixel art capsule images. They use illustrations. Take Celeste, for example. This is clearly a very low resolution pixel art game. And this is the header they use. This is a complete illustration, right? And this seems to be how most pixel art games on Steam does it. What's up, that guy Bruce? Welcome in, how you doing? Nice to have ya. So that's why I'm like unsure about... I feel like in some regard, what I'm thinking is that I think this might not only be a better workflow for me, meaning that it's easier to work with these kind of assets for like marketing material, but I also think that it might just be the better art style to go for. Look at Undertale. Man, Undertale has shit art on Steam. Sorry to say it, but like, what is this Steam capsule? This is not good. The game is fucking awesome, but this is horrible. This shows nothing about the game whatsoever. But this is the thing, I can't compare myself to games like Undertale or Stardew Valley. These games are mad exceptions that have like huge communities. We talked about this on a Misi stream the other day, I think, and my general like analogy for how this works, why I can't compare myself to games like Undertale and Stardew Valley, is because no one goes into Stardew Valley or Undertale because they have good art on Steam. These games are, if you imagine your game being a store, your game is the product, it's what's inside of the store. The Steam art is the outside. It's the sign you use, it's the whatever you put in the windows, you know, that would be like the screenshots or what, like the art you have here. In that case, Undertale and Stardew Valley are not games that people buy that would not be a store that people go into because it has great art on the outside. People go into that store because their friends said this store has great products, right? The reason I know about Undertale and the reason I played it is because everyone fucking told me that Undertale is a great game I should play. It's not because I was browsing Steam and I found this capsule image that doesn't tell me anything. These games, I don't think we can look at games like Undertale and Stardew Valley to get and like factor that into our decision, because these games have huge communities and some of them even had it before they were on Steam. You know, like Stardew Valley had a community before they launched a Steam page. They already had stuff that boosts the page up whether the art was good or not. What's up, Code Red Games? 2015 was a different time. Very true as well. And same thing would go for Stardew Valley, right? Because this is another game you might look at and say, oh, but look, they have pixel art in the thumbnails and stuff. But like, this game was also released 2016 with a massive community when the page launched. I don't think this is the type of game I can look at to make my decision about what art I should use. Sorry, I got a little bit excited here. But I think it's true, I think it's true. Yeah, 10 years ago, look at recent popular games. Yeah, I think that is arguably more important. Because I'm not gonna be making the next Stardew Valley. The chance is too small. Stardew Valley doesn't need to worry about their Steam page and the art, neither does Undertale. They were released in a different time where this just did not matter. Even the screenshots, I would say. No one looks at these screenshots and go, yeah, this seems like an amazing game, I'm gonna play this. No! No one does. Because, let's be honest here, this game might have some charm, but it, like, on a general basis, I don't think most people look at this game and goes, yeah, this seems like a great game. I think people buy Undertale because, you know, because 500,000 people said this was one of the best games they ever played. That's their marketing, in some regard. Also, Bruce, I'm doing good. How are you? I'm doing good as well. Trying to figure out what I should do with my Steam art. Is basically the debate we're having here. And I am getting a little bit excited. But I think it's, yeah, I think this stuff is interesting. Undertale's pictures did not sell the game to me. Exactly. I think almost no one looked at this game, looked at the Steam assets or the screenshots and went, yeah, this game seems fucking great, I'm gonna buy it. I think people bought this game because someone told them, Undertale is one of the best games I should play, you have to play it. They looked at this and went, it doesn't look, you know, amazing, but, you know, everyone keeps telling me to play this, so fuck it. I'm gonna give it a go, and then you realize it's actually a good game. But the Steam art is not what helped sell this game. I think that is fair to say. Yeah, Dave the Diver is another example. And these are interesting because they have, let's say, they have somewhat high resolution pixel art, but then non-pixel art logo. But this game also looks fucking sick. But is this even... Oh, it is pixel art. What should I say? This is so high resolution, it almost doesn't look like pixel art. Oh yeah. Is this a filter? Huh. Interesting. From what I can see, meta is to put a monster in the capsule for your type of game. It seems to be very common to see. Whoops, that was the wrong button. That's why I did want to... The first test I did was something like this. To be fair, like I said again, this is like just pure testing with AI art. But I think something like this or this could be better for the game. Yeah, but looking at Balatro doesn't help me either. It's also an edge chase. Yeah, that's probably fair. That is probably fair to say. What's up, the other set? How you doing? 2015 can't be 10 years ago. The 80s were 20 years ago. Yeah, I know what you mean. Alright. Just be careful spending so much time on the Steam page. Maybe when you finish the game, you'll want to change the Steam page then anyway. That is true, but also it's quite... Let's be honest, for selling the game, one of the most important things is wishlist, right? And what I'm scared about right now is the fact that I feel like my... I don't know, I know not everyone agrees to this, but I feel like my capsule art and stuff is not up to standard to the point where it might actually cause some damage to the game. That is what I feel. What's up, Crystal Mess? Welcome in. 2015, when you could cough and get a dev job? Yeah. Maybe somehow you can do an outline of a monster with a light behind it. Yeah, true. Just we could probably do something similar with the monster to what we did with the flashlight, right? Which was to make it kind of look like a 1-bit drawing instead. Which I think kinda represents the game a little bit better, but still having like a nice illustration. Yeah, so the art style of the game is basically low resolution, simple 1-bit pixel art. But this is again where I think it's easy to then go and think that, okay, so that's why pixel art should be better. I'm not sure that is true, because when we look at the majority of games on Steam that have pixel art, most of them don't have pixel art cover art. Most of them don't. Most of them are like Celeste, where this game is also very low resolution pixel art, but they have a full-on illustration, both title and background. This seems to be the most common, and if we should listen to Chris Sukowski, the Steam marketing guru, he basically says that you should not use pixel art. Yeah, if your Steam page is not good, you are losing money every day because you are not gaining as many wishlists as you could do every day. Exactly. And the daily wishlists add up. Yeah, it is basically a snowball effect, right? The more wishlists you get, the more inclined Steam would be to push your game so that you get even more wishlists. And, you know, it becomes a snowball. It accelerates. It keeps on successively increasing the new additions. I had a whack at it. Let's see. Oh, that's interesting. Still using... basically making it pixelated, right? I still believe that... The only annoying thing is that I do think it's harder for me to work with pixel art in terms of Steam assets. But like I said, I'm also not opposed to having pixel art. I'm not going as far as Chris Sukowski and saying that we need to... like we should never use pixel art. I don't think that's the case. If you can make it look good, I think it's fine. And something like this could work. It's just that it's gonna be harder for me to work with pixel art. And then I suppose the bigger question is whether, like, what is actually best for the game. Because for us, a lot of the time here, like, what I'm doing is that I am like fully representing my game with the cover art. And that might seem good, because you might go, well, at least it's good that he's not doing like clickbait, he's not trying to trick people. But I don't think cover art works that way. Because, you know, when you used to buy physical games, they always had cover art on the actual physical game thingy, whatever you call it. And that never fully represented the game. Like, it was cover art, it was like conceptual, right? I like your logo. I do think the logo is pretty decent. You almost want something like the Thing poster, I think, but black and white. Let's see, which one are you referring to? like outline of monster. But would you do a silhouette? What would you say, Chodrad? Would you do a illustration or pixel art? Not these exact motives, but generally the style. The art style itself. What do you think is best, out of curiosity? Illustration, I think. I think it's arguably better for Steam to have illustrations. And it seems like that is the thought process of Chris Sotavsky as well. I do think pixel art can work if you do it nice, especially if you have like high resolution pixel art. But the issue is that I don't think I can create that type of like highly defined high resolution pixel art. Illustration needs to show black and white, outline of monster, light. Those are three things that define your game. That is true. And I suppose that is something this one is lacking. This one does not show the light. This one only shows the light. Because that's a trend nowadays. I don't think it's counted as clickbait to have illustration for pixel art game. No, I don't think so either. If anything, I think it's the, like you said, it's kind of the norm. I think it's almost always been the norm, like... PlayStation 2 cover art. Do any of you think that this clearly represents the game art of the old Spider-Man 2 game? It didn't, right? Like, this is cover art. It's not really... It's not fully... Like, this was PlayStation 2 time. This is not really how the games looked, right? These are illustrations, and I think that is what pixel art tends to do. Sorry, what cover art tends to do, is what I wanted to say. And this might actually be game art. But like I said, I think this is the exception. I think it's more common to have a full-on like illustration for your cover art. Yeah, you want to show how your game feels with illustration. Like the feeling you are trying to evoke should be capsule art. Yeah. I think that's perhaps a good way of putting it. Like the feeling you get from looking at the art is more important that the feeling matches the game rather than that the art represents the art of the game. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I think that's a good way of thinking about it. Like the feeling it evokes is more important. And this does evoke a feeling, absolutely, because with the hands it's kind of, you know, it gives off that like horror vibe, like you're in some type of danger. I do think something like this with the flashlight kind of does it as well. This has a bit of a mysterious feeling to it. Which I think both represents the game somehow, but you could definitely do something with both of those. I also think we could try just to see how it would look if we did something like... oh, do I not have the project here? I don't. Let me do this then. Oh wait, it might be fine. I might be able to do it on this entire thing. First of all, we're gonna do colors. Let's take away all of the saturation. I think this one was pretty much black and white. Originally, they were trying to make something look nicer because all they had were chunky pixels, which is kind of the case for me as well. It was a limitation, not a style back in the day. Yes, but we still do it, right? Even to this day, I think it's fair to say that most of the time, like, give me a new game. Okay, I suppose it's not too far off, actually. It's like, this is another example, but I suppose the early ones... Like, this doesn't represent the... this is a new one. It's not fully representing, like, the art style of the game, right? You know, Bluish Green Productions, they released a pixel art game called Unless a month ago. I think they don't have a particularly interesting in-game visuals that can go on a capsule, so they did good with using an illustration and high-res logo. Let me check. Unless. Why am I a chicken? What's up, Vinny? How you doing? Yeah, this is like straight up, you know, they took inspiration from Celeste 100%. 100%, right? Just the art style in the game is relatively similar, low resolution pixel art. And then we have this one, showing like momentum, reaching towards something. Just because we've been looking at it. This must be an inspiration from Celeste, right? Am I crazy? But yeah, this is what I mean, like they use an illustration even though the game is like a low resolution pixel art game. And I think this is what most people do. It seems like. That's a dope image, you mean this one? And I feel like just the fact, even though this isn't pixel art, the fact that we can turn it like 1 bit kind of makes it represent the game, doesn't it? It still represents the art style of the game, but it also is, you know, arguably perhaps a better style for like cover art. The problem with the flashlight by itself, it could be mistaken for a different type of game, not horror game specifically. It could be a Sherlock game. Are you saying that because you have seen me play Sherlock Holmes Crimes and Punishment like 20 hours during the past week? Is that? But I do suppose, yeah, no, that is actually a very fair statement. When you say it, this could have been like a detective game. That is kind of fair. Whereas this, at least, is more clearly a horror game. Yeah, I think that's actually, that's not something I had thought about, but I do think you have a point. Doesn't your game have the guy standing outside the door? What if you put a door in front of that dude? Yeah, we could do... I was trying something else with ChatGPT as well for ideas. Like, if you would have done something like this, you know. I don't know why these eyes look like it would be a giant behind the door, but, you know. Hey, that guy Bruce, thank you very much for the follow, I appreciate you, man. What is this? Wait, doesn't seem like I'm able to do this thing and still get the door visible. Oh, maybe. Yeah, this is great. You mean this one? Yeah, I think you are correct in terms of like this does represent a horror game better. Because I hadn't thought about it, but I think you are right. This could be... I do like the whole idea of the flashlight like this, but I think you are right in terms of this might actually be mistaken for like a detective game or like something similar. Like maybe more in... This might point more towards mystery rather than straight up horror. In the end, it's your game, you are the decider. That is true, but I also want to make sure I do a good decision. Just a simple reminder, cheers man. Yeah, the hand reach too, exactly. The Unless game, right? Sorry, I'm catching up with chat here. Yeah, I think this is great. Also, it would stand out on the Steam page, like when you're browsing. Yeah, because that is basically the thing I'm scared that my game is not doing at the moment. I don't think this is horrible, but I don't think this is good enough. I actually don't think it is. Like when you compare these like illustrated ones next to mine just, I don't know, I feel like it's just not good enough. Agree with Code Red, yeah. Yeah, you are totally right. It's like the trailers of games that look realistic, then it's a stylized game. It doesn't need to be exactly the same art as the game. Yeah, that's what a cinematic trailer does as well, right? The cinematic trailer is trying to evoke the feeling of the game. It's not trying to represent the, like, one-to-one exactly how the game looks and is to play. It's representing how you feel playing it. Or it gives you, like, the story element or whatever, which usually is also tied to that, like, feeling of playing it. And I think it's similar when it comes to the cover art. I think it would be awesome to have a monster and a flashlight, or just light from a flashlight. Yeah. I don't know how to make it look good. No, but I do think you are correct, because then we would basically check off every single thing, right? Because as you said, what are like some of the key elements to my game? It's the fact that it's like dark, you're using, like, mainly all you have is like a flashlight, and there's some horrible monster nearby. So if we could get like a monster and a flashlight set in a dark room, that is like the perfect representation of the feeling of the game, and the genre of the game, and all of that. Give the scary dude the flashlight. That would be funny. I don't think it would. I think that would make it seem like you might be the monster. Maybe you are. Dun dun dun. Will they allow you to A/B test thumbnails? Do you mean on Steam? You mean it kind of similarly to how YouTube does it, with you being able to upload multiple thumbnails and like see what works best on Steam? Yeah, I don't think, unfortunately, I don't think they do. I suppose you technically could do it, because you can localize your art assets. So technically I could try doing like this one for the people who have the game or have the platform set to English, and I could show this one for people who have it in Portuguese. But it might not be a perfect representation, like the stats might not be totally reliable. By the way, I noticed a huge drop when Play Demo was removed from my capsule. Oh, interesting. I made it so it shows that text for 1 month after the release of the demo. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, that's good to know. But then I added back after a month when I saw the drop. Okay, oh, so now you have it again. Did you do it on both games or only on the actual... So here you... wait. Yeah, I can't see it. Did you publish? Maybe it's still in the beta version. I mean, this one says demo, but it doesn't say play demo. Because I assume you meant that you had it on the main game as well. Such a dope game. For anyone who hasn't, if you somehow have missed this game, please go and wishlist Roadblight. Show some love to our fellow developers. Had a neat badge? Sure. Yeah, that's interesting though. Yeah, and here we can see as well, like, CodeRad, you also have a very good, like you do illustrations for your capsule images. Like, this is not in-game art. And what I think is fucking great here as well, you can refresh. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine this doing a change, actually. Or affecting it. I didn't press publish, yeah. I've done that one as well. I was wondering for like a full week why my trailer never updated, and then I realized I never published the changes. And one of the reasons why this is so good as well is because, for example, if you didn't know, when I did my first test of Roadblight, I made a YouTube video, which I think this was on my second channel. Here, this is my thumbnail for when I tried Roadblight. And oh wait, sorry, let me do this, and then we're gonna wait for this to load. And I think, nope, didn't work. Okay, sometimes you can get the thumbnail there. And one of the reasons why I think the way you're doing it, CodeRad, is not only very easy for you, because I know that you have like one background image, right? You have the logo of the game, and then you have your character. Like, these are separate assets that you have. And then what you can do, why like the pipeline for making art for Steam is so good when you don't use pixel art, is because it's so easy to scale stuff and like move it around and stuff. So what I did when I made this thumbnail is that I just went to CodeRad's website and downloaded the marketing material. And I could position the character in terms of the background exactly how I wanted. So like, even for me, as a creator wanting a thumbnail, the fact that CodeRad had very like good concept art that I could find made making the thumbnail easy as well. Because that doesn't work for my game. For my game, what most people do is that they ended up just doing a screenshot of the jump scare in the game. That's what most people did when they played my game. Whereas if we look at Roadblight, when people play it, most people use the actual cover art. But this is all the cover art. Every single one is basically cover art. This is technically not. Which I just find that a bit interesting as well. Should we try and... Can you make an illustration Okay, can you make an illustration, non-pixel art for Shroud of Gloom? I want something representing the monster as well as the flashlight or the light from a flashlight. Yeah? Let's see what he can cook up for us. Also, yeah, if anyone wants to, you can find my second channel on YouTube right about here, if you want to throw a little subscription my way. Let's see what he... This is not what I was looking for. I didn't necessarily want the monster to be holding the flashlight. Is that the paid version? This is indeed. If you mean of ChatGPT. You are the monster. Yeah, that is what this gives me the feeling of. This is gonna... I know this is not gonna work. I usually find it almost better to start a completely new conversation, because now he's gonna kinda keep this image in memory, which kinda... I don't know, usually it seems like ChatGPT gets a bit of tunnel vision. Yeah, the flashlight should point to the monster exactly. What is this flash? What if we leave it open-ended? Because I have described my game quite thoroughly. Can you make cover art for Shroud of Gloom? Let's see what it does. Yeah, that's not... that one was not... You want the cover art to reflect that, or would you prefer more detailed, illustrated look while keeping the same tone? Same tone, but illustration. Color palette doesn't matter, because if we want it to be 1-bit, we just make it 1-bit. Or a limited dark palette. But I think a dark image would be good, just because that represents the horror theme a bit. Composition, a key character or entity in the foreground, a creepy environment, or something more abstract. This is so hilarious what ChatGPT generated. Yeah, now, sometimes I don't know what he's doing, to be honest. I said to make capsule art for Steam. Oh, interesting. Oh no. No, are you actually... He legitimately put the monster inside of a capsule and then wrote 1-bit. Oh, that's actually funny. That is actually funny. Color palette doesn't matter, but I think dark image would be good. Composition. Key character. I don't know how much I want to say, because I don't want him to fuck it up again. But I think showing a monster is good for a horror game. And perhaps the flashlight or the light from the flashlight. However, obviously, the monster should not be holding the flashlight. Let's make that very clear this time. No title, please. We can add that ourselves. Mood and vibes. Silent Hill-esque foggy horror, high contrast shadow, something similar. I don't know, just do something. Yeah, you said 1-bit art style. Yeah. What's up, gamedev? How you doing? Welcome in. It's doing good. We're trying some ideas for cover art here. New cover art. Yeah, this idea as well. I once asked for... dude, this flashlight is massive for Steam art, and it literally put, like, spam in the Steam logo. Which is very, like... Why would you have... I think I have the same thing. Oh my god, ChatGPT, why is the flashlight a... Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? I wonder which one. Was it the glowing... No. Flat humanoid monster design. Did I remove it, maybe? Or was it here? Yeah, here. Look. Make me a Steam capsule art with a monster like this. This is why it got me. Why does he spam in the Steam logo? I don't get it. But I got the same thing. And then he messed up writing capsule below. I did a lot of these like kinda alien looking ones, which I don't like. I do prefer it to be more humanoid. Even this I find to be looking too much like an alien. This was kind of the one I liked the most. Because this is still like somewhat humanoid. Because this is... no. This makes it seem like it's gonna be like a space horror game. Okay, what if we do... Can you make a humanoid monster? Like, human looking but uncanny. Monster being... I don't know, lit up by a flashlight. But if you... I'm imagining if we could have a monster and you like see the... I mean, I suppose we could create the flashlight effect as well, right? Couldn't we? Like, if we do something like this monster, could we not make that look like it's being lit up by a flashlight? Wait, how would I do this? Let's try the 1-bit thing again, just because I think it looks kinda cool. Wait, how did I do it with the other one? When does that one look so... Oh, I think I had... Okay, I think I know what I did. It doesn't have to be perfect. Like, imagine we do something like this. Could I not just fade the flashlight thingy? By like... I don't know, say we... just make a circular light thing, you know? This looks kinda shit, not gonna lie. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing anymore. I'm losing faith in humanity by doing this. I don't know, you get the general idea. Like, potentially. This is why every time I see humanoid, I get a fucking alien. I don't... Because this is obviously inspired by an alien, right? AI always misspells, at least it usually does. Yeah, when it comes to, like, words, it almost always messes up. I think I got a cool result, but monster should not hold flashlight and it should be a humanoid monster, but overall I think this is great in terms of style. Yeah. Because this is kind of what I was trying to go for before with this, like, threshold thing. Getting a little bit... Like, this kind of looks like a drawing, you know? Which I do think I kind of like. But yeah, then the flashlight. I don't know why he gives the monster the flashlight. Yeah, that one is interesting. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. You could photo bash together the ideas you like into one piece. Yeah, absolutely. Just, I still think, I know a lot of you did, I mean most of you actually ended up voting for the pixel art. I don't know if pixel art is the best way to go. I think it's better to do some type of illustration. I do think it is better. Also easier. The monster holding your flashlight like a retiree chasing raccoons out of a dumpster is a 10 out of 10 vibe, yeah, pretty much. Why does it look like his genitalia is lighting up the room? The light of a flashlight. There is no light of a flashlight here. That's a light from a window shining between his legs. Like, what? What is going on here? Come on, just give me something we can work with. But I do think Code Red has a point in the fact of, like, if we're only gonna have one representation, meaning we are not gonna represent both the flashlight and the monster, I do think just doing the monster might actually be better, because this could be interpreted as a detective game or a general mystery game. Whereas having a monster is very clear, like, oh, this is a horror game. Everyone can tell this is a horror game. But if we go horror... Now, I hate the fact that there's gonna be so many games here which I would not consider horror games. And this is not me trying to gatekeep the horror genre, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that when I look at Black Myth Wukong, I don't think, oh, this horror game. But I suppose that horror is more like a... It's more a general thing, like as soon as you have a monster, I think you could technically classify it as a horror game. Like this is clearly gonna be a horror game, right? Phasmophobia, dark, and then a creepy font logo. Yeah, that is a good representation of a horror game. It Takes Two, is this a horror game? Like, some of these surprised me quite a lot. Vampire Survivors. Is this a horror game? Is this actually a horror game? In my mind, I wouldn't even consider Dark Souls to be a horror game. Yeah? I just don't want it to because I do think I want to keep the monster like relatively human-like. So I want to make sure it doesn't look too like typical monster kind of thing. That's why I'm just doing this, just to see how it would look. Now it's a bit wonky-headed, but I'm just trying ideas out here. To image size. Maybe I should do this instead. Get a little bit of texture at least. What? Oh, this is covering it, you fucking knob. Now I understand what I'm doing. No, what did I do? Transparency, and we want to do alpha to selection. I'm gonna go boom. We're gonna select the border. Let's do like 7 pixels maybe. Let's copy this color and do something like so. That's good. We can make multiple of these just to have some general ideas of what we could potentially do. Whoops. Chirpy when he leaves the room after 16-hour streaming session? Yeah, pretty much. I wonder if we should do something like... can we get the clamp tool? Where are you? There we go. Just wait for it, I'm cooking. Cooking. Boom. Then we're gonna make a new layer. Switch to the paintbrush, we're gonna copy this. Make a bigger paintbrush. What are we thinking? I definitely don't hate it. Maybe scale up the door and monster. When you're testing stuff, I think it's always good to go extreme first. Let's scale it up a shit ton. Yeah, it definitely can't tell it's a door. Yeah, the door thing kinda disappears a bit. But we can still definitely, because if we do something like this, it would probably work. I mean, it's kinda good to have this shadow down there as well. Unless it kinda looks like he has very long feet. Yeah, this makes it look like he might have long feet. But overall, I still think this is a pretty good idea. Stuff. Did I not save the 1-bit monster? My favorite was when you reduced the contrast of that zombie thing, where it was black and white. This one. Is this your favorite so far? I think this one is pretty good in terms of like a... Well, holy shit, I have a lot of stuff open. In terms of like what you expect from a horror game. I find that it often is stuff like this. Like, you know, it's like one big monster and a logo. When you look at very like conventional horror games. I feel like that is often the case. Even like Five Nights at Freddy's does something similar. Even this is kind of similar. I don't know if that's actually you. No, that, I'm not sure. Here we have a like something creepy and a Title. Does anyone know what tag should I use to get more like actual horror games? I don't think horror is the best tag here. What if we go like... Fuck. Survival horror maybe? Maybe we have Shrouded Gloom in the middle of this so you don't move it to the side. Wait. Maybe Shrouded Gloom logo in the middle of this so that it would cover here. Is this a new... Wait, this is not the same one, is it? Or am I going mad? Yeah, it is a new one. Anyone who has any ideas, feel absolutely free to just shout them out. I'd rather make as much, you know, different types of motives and ideas as possible, and then we can decide which one is good. Also, I'm not sure the logo is going to actually be this text. This is, like we said before, this is mainly just testing, for testing purposes. Maybe? Is this what you were referring to, Code Run? Did I understand you correctly? Maybe red text? Can try. That still represents the... Oh, do you mean kind of like the logo we have now? Like red details, rather. Is that what you mean? Like it's bloody. What's up, Gamian? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Oh. Doing fine, working hard on my game when I have the time. We need to get exercise in later. How's it going with your game? Too much gradient, maybe? Just a little bit. Obviously we would fine-tune this no matter what. Keep in mind, doing this for testing purposes, don't judge me. No outline? Ooh. I think that's gonna be hard to read. Or do you mean the text being blood red? This looks like Shrouded Loom is represented by Poland. It's a bit hard to read. What if maybe... Should I not... Do I have... If we make it bold. Oh, that actually became kind of interesting with the... This is from the old one. Kind of interesting little texture. That was pure accident. Kind of made it seem even more bloody, doesn't it? That might be too far. In smaller sizes, I still think it's too unreadable. For like a main capsule, I think this should work. Like here, it becomes hard. But then you could always do the thing where for like, say the one in search, we just do something like this, where we put it on the side. And, you know, for the wide one, it should still work. Slight black shadow on the logo, just slight, will be easier to read. That is true. This kind of made a shadow, to be honest. This is the old outline. Yeah, it's a lot easier to read. It does give off some, like, I don't know, like 80s kind of horror movie poster, doesn't it? Which I assume could kind of work, since it's a bit of a old school game, being point and click and everything. Okay, let me catch up. Sorry guys, I'm getting a little bit into it here. Doing fine, working hard on my game when I have... Oh yeah, I read that one. Working on matchmaking squads, so players can be on the same team in quick matches. It's a web of async calls, listening for events and handling edge cases. Damn, networking still scares me. Seems way too complex for me. Good on you, man. Is that blood red, not red red? True. This looks easier to read than 5 minutes ago. I do think having a bit of some either outline or shadow makes a big difference. I kinda like this accidental thing that happened here with the text as well. Actually, I think it does look kinda cool. Kinda makes it look like the top part has dried a little bit and then, you know, it clumps together a bit down here, doesn't it? I actually don't hate this. Let me just try something. I don't know why I do this every time, but I legitimately can't help myself. do I do this the easiest way? We're gonna do this. I'm just testing, don't worry. I know it's a very, like, hit and miss, this whole thing. I keep doing borders and everything. Some people love it, some people hate it. I think this is definitely too thick, though. Just wanna see how it would look. Tell me if you hate it. I don't know why I have such a thing about borders. Looks very Dr. Manhattan. Is that the one from... Wait, is that the bluish guy? Yeah. Oh, yeah. What is it? Is this like... What was it? Is this like Fantastic Four or something? Where is he from? Was he... Wait, can I show this? Anyway. It is? Okay. Yeah, I do think... I'm not sure I love the whole head shape going on here. I think that is one thing. Watchmen! That was the one, yeah. Very empty on the sides. That is true. I don't love this whole thing here. A little bit too much. Yeah, even just this, I think I do prefer. Because this makes him look more humanoid. Looks like an alien more than anything. Yeah, that is the thing I don't love. We do want to make him look relatively human, you know. Oh wait, this is not gonna work. I do think that is better. Well, it looks like a dope image, I don't know if it suits the theme, or it gives off more action vibes rather than horror. I can see what you mean. I definitely see what you mean. In what program are you doing this, man? Now I'm working in GIMP. So usually nowadays I do all my pixel art in Sprite, and basically anything else I do in terms of images I use GIMP for, which is basically just open source Photoshop, basically. Free. I feel like that's the main pro here. Which I should say, I am still like somewhat getting used to GIMP. I'm definitely still more used to Photoshop, but I do think GIMP works quite well, to be honest. Well, we're winning today. What's up, Candonian? Welcome in. How you doing? Nice to have ya. Nice extension of the light on the sides. Yeah, I do guess it becomes a little bit more balanced, right? Because I think you're right in terms of this being a little bit too much blank space. Because this is basically, you can tell that this is a square photo, like extended. Which is kind of one of the things I don't like about my current one. You could also argue that there's too much unused space here. You know, I actually don't hate this one. I actually don't hate this. I do see what you mean, Ameripon, in regards to this could be seen as... I don't know, it could give off... I still think it has a horror vibe, but maybe a bit more action horror compared to what the game is. But the thing I do like about it is the fact that I find that this looks... Can we get like an... I don't know, old horror movie poster. It gives me some vibe like that. Which I think kinda could suit the game being like point and click, which is kind of an old school genre. You know, I don't know, it has a little bit of like this kind of vibe. Even the color scheme is the same here. A lot of these actually have a black, white, red color scheme. That's quite interesting. Maybe that's why. I actually wonder, how would it look? Just out of curiosity. What if I... Let's see, what if we export this as the one with border? And we're gonna remove the border. We're gonna export this as the one without border. What if... I just want to see how it would look. If I took this one... and we desaturated it a little bit. I think that might be worse in terms of, like, I don't know, attention grabbingness. And I think I just created that word. But it moves even closer to, like, the old school vibe, doesn't it? I do think this one is arguably better because it pops more. I do kind of like it. Just that really gets, like, this kind of color scheme. Just these are quite unsaturated. Thank you very much for lurking, CodeRad. Appreciate ya. It is certainly much more attractive than the original capsule you had, or at least more eye-catching. I do think so. Well, this picture will attract more attention, then the players will see the trailer and understand more what the game is about, yeah. No, I think that is important to remember, in terms of, like, if we end up feeling like, oh, this might not perfectly represent the game. What the fuck did ChatGPT do here? But it is, like we were saying, like, if we go back... Dude, I have way too much stuff open. Here. Like, Project Zomboid. This image doesn't represent the game fully in terms of, like, art style and... I guess it does in gameplay in some regard. Like, you get the theme of the game. But, like, if you get interested, you do this, and then here you see what the game is like, right? And that would be the same for our game. Yeah. I do think that is something that's worth keeping in mind. Because I still feel like this might give the idea of this being like, oh, I feel like this represents a little bit of an old school vibe, which I think suits the point and click aspect. I also think you can tell that it's horror themed. I don't know if it's the exact type of horror theme that we have, but it definitely gives, like, a horror theme, right? Red text and, like, some dude standing in a hallway. And then the 1-bit thing kind of works with our art style as well. Let me actually try something. Oh shit, did I think we need anti-aliasing, or interpolation rather. Which I think creates anti-aliasing. Is that correct? Not sure. What have I done here? What is this line? What is this line about? What have I done? Why do I have a blue line? Okay, no idea why that one showed up. Like, I think this is objectively better, right? Compared to what I have now. Will it be monster hunting you in the game? Yes, indeed. Thank you for lurking, Vinny. Appreciate ya. I don't hate this. Should we do a poll? Which kind of vibe people like the most? Sorry for the flashbang. But this image is way too big. Is my computer gonna crash? Oh, I think I might. Oh, that was close. Let me make this a little bit smaller. Well, I can just do this. Don't look at them too objectively. This is more about, like, all of these can obviously still be, like, polished and stuff, but in general, let's see which one you guys prefer. Let's do which style do you prefer? Wait, can I not have these many answers? The two last ones are almost the same. No, wait, these are almost the same. Can I do more? No, I think you can only have 5 answers. B or C is basically the same, right? D, E, F. Okay. Let's do a 3-minute poll. I'm gonna take a quick break, just reheat a bit of coffee and have a piss, and I'll be right back. In the meantime, please vote which one you think are the best style out of all of these. Thank you guys very much for your patience. I will be back in just a minute or so. Cheers. We are back. Thank you guys very much for waiting. The poll is soon over. Please vote, if you don't mind, which type of style you prefer in terms of Steam capsule art. The vote is over in about like 20 seconds or something maybe. What is up, Lyomatech? How you doing? Nice to have ya. B but without red. Okay, let's see here. We have most votes went for B or C, so the flashlight one. Interesting. Then we have let's see, 25% of the votes for the first one or E. Interesting. Thank you guys for voting. C gives the wrong interpretation because the game is not 3D but is also good. Yeah, I think the main thing I'm scared about when it comes to these two with the flashlight is, I mean, these were actually the ones that I liked the most in the beginning, but I do think that CodeRad has a bit of a point, which what he said is that one of the issues with this game, or this image potentially, is the fact that it could be misinterpreted. And I do think that might be a fair statement. Like, this could have been the cover art for a detective game, couldn't it? The thing I like about these ones is that this is very clearly a horror game. Which I think is a little bit of a fair point. Because this might give more of like a mystery feeling, rather than maybe directly a horror. But interesting nonetheless to see what you guys like. If it is A or E, then A. Okay, so you would go for this one as well. Interesting. I do think that one is good. This one is clearly like a horror game. I don't mind this one either. I know that it is a little bit of a different vibe, but I kind of like the fact that it went a little bit for the... It seems like an 80s horror poster, you know? Which I think goes a little bit hand in hand with the point and click genre being kind of old school. But you know what I find interesting? Now, no one voted for the pixel art. If it is horror, why show the scary fella in light? Have you tried hiding him a little in the dark? We could definitely do. Like that is, I was thinking about this one looks like shit, but doing something where, you know, he kinda looks like he's half in the light. I do think that could work as well. I guess the main thing is that it might not be as attention grabbing. Because it's not gonna pop as much when you like see it here, for example. Just with more radius for shadow transition, yeah. No, I definitely think it could work as well. Well, I don't know how to search for like typical horror games, because the horror theme is too broad. There's too many games here. Can we get like, what about that site? Game stats. Can we do something better here, maybe? Suppose this is gonna give me the same right that Steam gives. Sorry for the flashbang, by the way. Stray, is this a horror game? But that's the thing I mean, like, I feel like the horror genre is so broad. Even like Darkest Dungeon, I mean, there's horror elements, right? But like Undertale, is this a horror game? Okay, I think if we add something like psychological horror, I think it's gonna be more filtered down. When everything is flashy, dark and stylish can work. Wait, what do you mean, Lyomo? Yeah, here we have something similar, where you have a monster that's like barely visible. I mean, when all other items are flashy and attention grabbing, the more classy dark will be more visible. Look at Undertale. Yeah. But I think, like I said before, I think Undertale is a very bad game in general to look at, because it's such an exception, it's such an outlier. Because I think that, I at least think that it's arguably a pretty shit thumbnail. Because I would not say the Undertale one stands out here. Maybe it does, but I'm not sure it's in a positive manner. That's my opinion. Since it's only, even this one I would say, yeah, I'd like this more. At least there's something going on, rather than only text. Stands out because it is different. No, it absolutely fair, it is different. But it's kind of, the argument I had before is that I'm not sure that, I don't think people clicked on Undertale because of the thumbnail. Even people who go into Undertale, I don't think people buy this game because of anything about the Steam art. Because most people who go in here, I think, this might be controversial, I think most people would look at this and not be super excited about this game. I don't think the Steam store is what sells Undertale. I think the main reason why anyone buys Undertale is because other people tell them that this is one of the best games ever, you need to play it. Because if I had never had anyone tell me about Undertale and I came to this Steam store, I highly doubt I would be interested in this game. The main reason I bought it and ended up playing it is because so many people had recommended me to play Undertale, and I think that's the case for most people. I don't think the store assets is what sells this game. And I think it's kind of similar with something like Stardew Valley as well. I think these games are exceptions because of the community, basically. I agree with your take on Undertale. I disagree, it looks old school and very different thing, and it aims to a specific target audience. Does it? Because isn't like Undertale, like it's massively popular. I think it's a pretty broad audience in some. I wouldn't say this is a niche audience. I think this is a game that surprisingly spans its target audience in some regard. But I'm not disagreeing to the point that definitely some people look at this. I mean, of course, it's always subjective, right? But I don't think it's the case for most people that like these screenshots and and like this thumbnail is what sells the game. I don't think that's the case for most people. Even here, even the description, like Undertale, the RPG game where you don't have to destroy anyone. Like, I would almost argue that this is a pretty shit description. Like, it does not really tell me that much about the game. But I think this is the kind of game that doesn't need to. Also, it was released in 2015, which I think is an important thing. The first screenshot immediately wakes up old games fan in me and reminds me of a lot of old games I liked. No, that, yeah, I can definitely see that. But I do wonder if like you are then maybe part of the more niche target audience. I don't think that, like, I could be wrong, absolutely, but I don't think that is the case for most people. Like, I think the general person who sees this game could even perhaps, like, brush it off because of the art style and stuff. I feel like most people are sold to Undertale because of, like, mouth-to-mouth marketing. Frankly, just A/B test it. You'll learn more from A/B test and ad campaign than you will from debating principles. That is probably true. That is probably true. The only thing is that I wonder how... I feel like this is where you would you'd kind of wish that Steam had something similar to YouTube in terms of like testing art assets, the way you can test thumbnails on YouTube. Because it would have been pretty sick if I could have uploaded multiple of these and then have Steam like basically test it for me. Then we came to an interesting discussion. What's Chirp's target audience? Who's your target audience? Who do you make your game for? I do think that... I wonder if it was Coderad who spoke about this earlier. I do think it's a... My game has a pretty niche target audience as well, because I think it's easy to make an assumption that the target audience for my game will be people who like point-and-click games, people who like puzzle games, and people who like point-and-click games. But I think that might be a mistake. In general, I think it's actually more niche than that. I think when you combine genres, it tends to be people who like all of those genres. So it's people who like horror, puzzle, and point-and-click games, rather than or, you know. And the point-and-click thing definitely brings on a more old-school genre, or an old-school target audience, I mean. Because I've already had people tell me that, you know, the whole point-and-click game like reminds them of old-school games. So that is probably fair to say. Then I do think horror is a pretty open-ended one, where people who like horror games... Like, horror is such a broad genre in some regard, you know. That's why even on Steam it's considered a theme rather than a genre. Well, like... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm making any sense here. Am I? This other thing would be to find games who target similar audience and copy from them artistically. Yeah, and there I do think that something like one of the games I've been looking the most at is what's it called? Five Nights at Freddy's, right? Because I think that gameplay-wise, my game is relatively similar to this game. Like, because it's quite simple. And they do this kind of... I also don't know if this one actually is that good. Like, objectively speaking. But this is the kind of typical thing I feel like you see with horror games, where you have a title and a monster, basically, right? Which that would kind of tell me that A is probably what I should go for if we're gonna like emulate this game. This one basically has the same thing. This one too. Like, it seems like in terms of horror, it tends to be monster title, right? A monster and a title. Alien Isolation, not really, but it's the same kind of setup, but it's more like the player being scared and then the title. Bigfoot looks like monster title. Visage, monster title. That seems to be like the general like horror thing, right? This I still think is fucking badass. When your game is so successful that you don't even need to include the title anymore, you can literally just have a character from your game and it's enough for most people to know what game it is. I feel like that points to fucking success, right? Interesting one. The bunker also seems to show a monster there. This one is more like... I mean, this still evokes a feeling, right? Yeah, look at this, like Menti, Granny. It seems like the general thing that horror games do is to have a monster and a title. Pretty simple. Monster title. More uncommon to have them above and below each other. Seems like the most common one is this. Having the title and a monster side by side. Just the eyes kind of thing. $6.89. Interesting price. Silent Hill. I suppose this one displays, maybe more so than the horror element, it's kind of a story element, isn't it? It tells you that there's, you know, there's some story between these people, I feel like. Enjoy Stroke, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, I mean that obviously seems to be the most common way you do horror capsule art. Let's see if psychological horror might give me better answers here. Most of these are that whole thing, like character title, or monster title, monster title. Which, to be fair, Chris Zukowski does say you should do, or you should try to emulate what other people in your genre are doing. Which I think is a fair discussion as well, like, you can always try to stand out more. It might be good, it might work really well, but it's also more risky. It's more risk-reward, right? Because if a lot of people are doing something, usually it points to the fact that it is working, right? And I think the thing to remember as well is that players kind of learn what to look for, right? If most of the horror audience are used to horror games having a freaky monster and a title in like the cover art, I think it might be the case that they kind of train themselves to look for that when like looking for new horror games, right? But then these are interesting as well, because they don't do it, but you can still clearly tell that these are like horror games. Which this one is interesting, because it's almost just the red hue that makes it seem a bit horror themed, right? And then a lot of it with these two, I think is just the font, and then obviously the darkness tells you that this is probably a horror game. This one I'm not sure about, that could be anything. Darkwood. Oh, I think I saw Elias play this. This game actually looked kinda interesting. The only thing I don't love about this is, I don't know if I might be a minority here, I don't know what other people think, but I tend to find that when games do this like top-down perspective, which is like literally 90 degrees from the top, like straight down, I find this to be a little bit of an awkward perspective to have, compared to like classic top-down thingy where you have like, you know, there is, I mean, usually those games are 2D, but there's usually a slight little angle to it. I feel like this almost makes me feel like I'm tipping over. Does that make sense? Oh, here it kind of looked like there was a bit of a perspective to it. But yeah, this game actually looks kind of sick. Also interesting, here you can definitely say as well that the cover art is not like a full-on representation of the game art, right? Which is obviously something we've discussed a lot today, but I don't think that needs to be the case. Like, it's fine because it's cover art. That's kind of what cover art is made for. Rick and Morty, is this a psychological horror? Yeah. The Room. I mean, this tells me more that it's like a mystery puzzle game. When I look at the cover art, I feel like. Whereas these are very clear that, okay, this is gonna be a spooky game. Pacify. Yeah. Maybe we should do that thing. Because this is, yeah, it is definitely the norm. Oh, this is an interesting one. It doesn't fully follow the norm. Oh, holy shit, there's a monster or something at the end of the hallway. Didn't even notice that. Nice touch. But it definitely evokes a feeling, right? Like just looking down that like dark corridor. What is up, Rin Infinity? How you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, so this would be more like following the genre norm, I feel like, doing title and monster. This is more stylistic, more like 80s poster kind of thing. And this is what we have now, which I think is not up to Steam standard, in my opinion. What engine is this on? The game is made in Unity. And then all art and stuff is mainly done in Sprite. If anyone wants to see, I can show you the teaser for my game. This is what it looks like. So it's basically a point-and-click horror game. Where's the UI for this game? I've tried to keep the UI as minimal as possible, so now basically all of the UI is... yeah, pretty much all the UI is diegetic, to be honest. I mean, I can boot up the game if you wanna see. Which I think was better. It was originally made for a game jam, where in that one we did have a bit more UI elements, but I tried to make it... I feel like having more diegetic UI really improves immersion in some way, because it feels like as soon as you start having like UI elements on the screen, I feel like it removes a bit of the immersion. I think that's fair to say. I still don't know what this blue line is about. I don't know what I did to get this one. I actually don't understand. Yeah, maybe we should try and follow the genre norm. Go for something more like this. Compared to this like more stylized one. What are key visual elements that contributes to the game's atmosphere? Visual elements that contribute to the game's atmosphere. I mean, that I would probably say the darkness, right? And the limited vision with the flashlight. If we're talking purely about what adds to like the atmosphere in terms of visual stuff. So here, okay, we might be... Don't look at the errors. We don't have to care about the errors. Been doing some refactoring and stuff, so that it might be slightly broken, some things. So here, most of the UI is basically fully diegetic, where this is your inventory. I mean, this is not diegetic. This is like a gamified visual thing, but... And then you have the flashlight, as well as a map. But then most of the rooms, that is not working. Game, like I said, is slightly in a broken state right now because of refactoring, but... Which is why does this actually happen? Texture rooms is not readable. The texture memory cannot be accessed from scripts. That's interesting. How are animation used to enhance gameplay? Not very much. I barely have animations in the game. There is barely animations. Like, most of the stuff is, since it's point and click, most of the stuff is basically sprite swaps rather than full on. There are some animations, but most of the game is pretty much not like it looks animated, but it's not really. It's just flipping the sprite when you interact with something, if that makes sense. I wonder what happens if I switch to the other room. Well, this one is fine, interesting. Or is it just because I haven't entered gameplay mode yet? No, okay, yeah, it is. Oh, I see. It's the... I know what the issue is. The issue is the room background. Because it's not correctly changing color. The room background basically looks highlighted. I think that's the issue. Which is room sprite. Interactable. Yeah, highlight object. No. Deselect item, yes. Radars, no. Hover, always interactable. And then we should have no interactions. Does that make a difference? No. Oh, is it about the... Yeah, alpha hit test minimum threshold. Texture rooms is not readable. Huh. Okay, I got a little bit sidetracked here, but what is this about? Image. Source image. This should be fine. Wait, did we... I think we might have ended it last stream with this one not fully changed. If object image is not null, and set it to default colors. How the level structured? It's still something I'm debating a little bit, but I mean, it's basically somewhat room per room structured, but the plan for the full game is that I might do some puzzles and stuff that span across multiple rooms. I can show you a general idea of what I've been thinking so far, but it is possible that this might change. But right now, I'm thinking about having some type of design like this, where basically this would be the first room, and then level 2 would be like the horizontal row of rooms, where, you know, there's some puzzles and stuff, and basically the way you progress is to move on forward, trying to exit this place. So most of this would be like, you know, when you get into a room there will be a locked door in front of you, or something similar, and you need to figure out like, how do I basically escape this room, right? Because it has quite a bit of escape room elements, I suppose. And yeah, the challenges is mainly either like horror survival horror, in terms of like if you have to hide from the monster and stuff, or otherwise it's puzzles. So the main like, what you call it, like gameplay loops will be like solve puzzles, don't get detected, try and progress, that kind of thing. Nice concept, thank you man, appreciate ya. So right now what we have been doing today is basically just testing out a bunch of different ideas if we could improve the art assets on Steam. Because currently I have this, which is basically in-game art that I use to create just simple assets, but I do feel like these don't fully... I feel like they're not fully up to like Steam standard. I feel like they could be better. So we tried a bunch of different ideas here. But to be fair, I like a lot of these. This is more stylized. I don't know if it's... if it's objectively the best one. I do like the style. Gives a little bit of that like 80s horror kind of feeling. I think this one is best in terms of like emulating other games. The most common one for horror games seems to be something like this. This one I think looks cool, or this one, but I think Code Red had a good point in terms of this could kind of be mistaken as a detective game, which I think is kind of fair. Show me the monster design. This is currently, but obviously this is without lightning, so it looks a little bit... This is the jump scare, so to speak. But it does look a bit better in game. I suppose... Wait, do I have it active? I might be able to... Yeah. But then of course that is like animated and stuff, so it looks a little bit more, you know, alive. Otherwise, most of the time, the way you will see the monster is literally just like a few pixels to represent the eyes. But if you get caught, you know, then it's he will come for you. Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe we should try and go for something like this. Let's be honest, Chris Suchowski does say you're supposed to try and emulate other games. And I'd say that from the quick research we did in the Steam store, I would say it seems like, you know, probably 80-90% of the horror games tend to go for this type of like monster title sort of thing. Yeah, I think this might be the best. Going for something like this. I don't know if maybe I would probably like to make him even more humanoid. Because this is a little bit like, you know, it's almost like a skeleton. I think I would prefer him to be even more humanoid. Something like... there was a good example of what I'm going for. Interesting one. But yeah, stuff like this. Like they look monster they look monster-like, but it's still very human as well. It's more like uncanny, you know, rather than full-on monster. Yeah, even this one. I think that's the kind of vibe I want to go for. Something like this, you know. Because I don't think that the monster will not be a literal monster. It's more gonna be a monster-fied human kind of thing. Shit's difficult. You know, I kinda like them all for different reasons. E1 looks great. I do really like this one because it's, you know, it's highly stylized and reminds me a lot of like 80s horror posters. Which, like I said before, I think that could make sense from the perspective that like point and click is a very like old school genre. And this does give off some old school vibe. But I don't know if it's the best in terms of like what people expect. Because most horror games do something like this. Like the vast majority of conventional horror games I find on Steam seem to have more this type of layout or this type of theme. Oh shit, that's his hand again. That's no good. I completely missed that before. So let's hide it. Oh, same thing here. Boom. Easy peasy. Don't copy other horror games image type. Make your own unique one so people will be interested to check it out. Yeah, I understand the thought process, but I'm not sure it's the best one. Because I think people can browse by expectation, meaning that if they're looking for a new horror game, they actually end up looking for those thumbnails that you tend to see. But I think it also is true, like Zek said before, that like I think testing might be the best thing to do, right? Like just playing around with them and seeing what seems to, you know, work best on the platform. Okay, so definitely I do think this one is more unique. I think that's absolutely fair to say. Yeah, I think like, stylistically speaking, I think I prefer this one. But I'm not sure if it's the best one for the game itself. I mean, I really like this one in the beginning, or one of these. But I think the whole thing about this potentially being misinterpreted as a detective game kinda... yeah, that kinda ruins it for me. So I would say that I would probably end up going for A or E. Or probably the type of style I like the most. I mean, I think I like this style more. But I am wondering if this one might be better. It's like... what? Is there any game that has a similar... capsule image to this one? I can't think of one. Can we do like... Oh yeah, mystery and detective. Interesting. Camarao Lendario, how are you doing? Welcome in, man. How was your stream? Yo, what have you been up to? Let me give a big old shout out here to the one and only Camarao, another developer here on Twitch. Definitely go and check him out. Thank you so much for the raid, man. I do appreciate it. What have you been up to? We have basically been... I think I've been here for like 4 hours making and debating capsule art. I mean, a lot of ideas here, but I don't know, I keep being like so fucking indecisive about it. I see pros and cons to everything. What is up? I'm Sky, welcome in. You love B, interesting. They all look really cool. Yeah, I do think it's... like, I like them all for different reasons, but there's also things I don't like. Like I said before, I really liked this one in the beginning, or this one. But not gonna lie, it was a little bit ruined when Code Red said, which is a fair point by the way, no shade here, the fact that this could be misinterpreted as a detective game, which I think is kind of fair to say. I do think that is kind of fair to say. So now I'm mainly leaning towards doing one of these two, maybe. I mean, it's not necessarily that we're gonna use these exact ones, this is more like a general style kind of thing. But yeah, ENF look really cool. I do think I like these are quite stylized, and since the game is like a horror game, I feel like this kind of old school poster look could potentially work. But when you do browse Steam, 99% of horror games do something like this, where you have a monster and a title. That's like what the vast majority of horror games on Steam do. And sometimes it's hard not to wonder if the reason is because this is just what works. This is what players expect. E is really hard to read. It definitely is harder to read, that is absolutely fair to say. You should have seen though before we added the outline, or the... Oh, I wonder if after I added a bit more shading here, that actually does improve readability quite a lot as well. But the biggest difference was having, like before we had that one, this is almost impossible to read. B is matching to detective game, but B is matching to a detective game image, but with monsters. But nothing really tells you that there's monsters in the game with these. Right? Why did you decide to go away from pixel art? I think one of the main reasons is likewise to why I think this might be the best one, because it's what most people do on Steam, most horror games do. I'd say like 80-90% of pixel art games don't use pixel art logos or thumbnails, or rather capsule images. And I think it is also because, not only because, you know, illustrations work quite well for cover art, I also think it's just a better pipeline. Like it's so much easier to work with. Because here, I can't like scale these independently, because then I start getting mixels and stuff. You know, when you mix pixel art sizes. So if you want to keep scaling perfect, you know, I might need to start like redrawing stuff for every resolution and stuff, whereas like, you know, with these kind of images, this is easy to scale. So in some regard, that's one of the reasons I kinda maybe want to go away from having pixel art in the cover art. Also, you asked what I did on stream, posted a new update today, nice. There's a tutorial now, GG man. From a person that has a hard time with the Red's E's is hard to read. Looks cool, but it's hard to see. No, I do think it's fair to say that this one is, like, this pure white text on a black canvas is obviously very much more readable compared to this. I do think, I don't know what you think, but I do think the shading here, the shading here, yeah, does make it somewhat easier to read. Yeah, because the text does kind of pop a bit more when you shade out the image. What's up, TK? Is it the famous developer of the upcoming game Shroud of Gloom? It is indeed. How you doing, man? Welcome in. Yeah, see why it makes total sense. Yeah. If you did the letters from B on F, it Let's see. Also looked really good because F looks cool. Yeah. Yeah, this has a similar vibe to this one, right? Like they're both quite stylized. But I wonder, we could also do it like... I never learned this. If I do this and then boom, does it show here too? No. Wait.
Cheers.
Okay. Cheers, Ginseng. The shading looks really good, I like it. Thanks, man. I've been listening, I haven't said anything, but I legit love E more than the others. It's more eye-catching and also works great because it forces people to click and see what it's about. A, C and F grabs my attention most. Okay, so Ginseng, you preferred this one. TK likes A, C and F. Yeah, I'm currently leaning mostly with like something similar to A or E. Because I think if we're gonna go stylized, we might go the whole 9 yards, you know? E makes me not want to click it, there's too much noise for the words. But what do you think when it's more shaded? Because this is the one that's on that image. Ads, oh sorry. We do indeed have some ads running. But also Chirpy, be aware, nothing I do or choose ever works out, so based on my track record, E might not be a good option. No, that is the thing I'm debating. Like, I like the general style of E, but I'm not sure if this is the best. In terms of like what would work best on Steam. Let me try something though. Definitely becomes more readable. If you don't care too much about these doubled hands. Let me see if I can fix this quickly. Wait, is this even doing anything? Oh, I have too low opacity. Never mind. Because this is the thing. Like, if we make assets like this, nothing says that we can't play around with like positioning and stuff. I like E because it embodies the creepy aspect of the creature breaking in or reaching you. The others show the creepy element of it nicely as well, but just my preference. Yeah. E and the F are both nice because I like the background. The text placement works for either in my opinion. Or for either though. I agree, but it might need some contrast or something for the words, just conflicting visual for the eyes and readability, especially if you are red-green colorblind. Yeah, I mean, readability is important, right? I think it's highly important. Because this one would not work for like an image that's displayed in this size. Like for a main capsule that you would see like on, you know, if the game would ever be featured, which it probably won't be, but like in this size, I think this one could work great. But if you're gonna make it smaller, I think we would probably need to position it more like this. Because for example the search one, you know, which is much more like wide. I think something like that could work better. Yeah, it ain't easy. To be fair, I'm not sure I can use any of these. Like in the end, this is a lot just to display different ideas and stylistic choices we could go for. But I'm not entirely sure how it works with ChatGPT art on Steam. Since the base image is still made by ChatGPT, I'm not entirely sure what the guidelines are on Steam. I know you can use AI as long as you disclose it. But I'm not entirely sure in terms of specifically ChatGPT, since it is possible for it to be trained on copyrighted material. This is more like if it should be allowed. That's not really what I'm looking for. This is recent, at least, January 10, 2024. Valve updates rule on AI content in Steam, requiring developers to disclose use of pre-generated AI content and implement guardrails to prevent illegal content. Yeah, live generated is fine, we don't have anything like that. Subtle visual distortion, like flickering screens, blurry vision, or distortion reflections can add a sense of unease. Yeah, definitely. I noticed that we were watching a bit of the Amnesia playthrough the other day, or a few weeks back maybe, and it was interesting seeing how much they actually use like camera effects, which was a lot of that, like distorted views and like little blurriness and stuff. It's interesting. Also, sorry, I shall now go back to lurking for a bit. Word calls, no worries, Ginseng. I appreciate you lurking. Thank you very much. You can also spot check with a Steam page scroll check of a list of games, see what is out there and compare to your options and see how they look as if you're scrolling through the list and if it would grab your attention. That is true. That's actually, yeah, basically doing, you know what, yeah, that's a good idea. We could basically do something similar to this, but in like the search rather than on my Steam page. Yeah, that's a good idea. Low angles to make the playfield vulnerable and small. That one's more difficult in terms of angles, since it's 2D. But I see what you mean. AI art modified becomes a unique after you alt it. I thought you can then claim it as original, but I need to do more research. Yeah, it could be. A lot of people have said something similar here, but I'm not sure. I still haven't like verified it. Valve clarified its stance on AI content. Stating the company doesn't wish to discourage using AI tools in game development and was working to integrate it into existing review policies. Any ban on such content was a reflection of current copyright law and policies. Steam appears to have changed its stance on AI-generated content following its latest update. Developers are required to disclose if the games use pre-generated content like art, code or audio via AI. Here. As part of Steam distribution agreements, developers also promise that this AI-generated content isn't illegal or infringing. And I suppose this might be the issue, because as far as I'm aware, ChatGPT could, like the images created by ChatGPT could potentially be trained on copyrighted material, which means that I don't know when, even if I only use it as the base, but can you still argue that potentially? That, like, I'm not fully aware whether this specific image is trained on or using elements from like copyrighted material. Does that make sense? Also, Jerry, thank you very much for the follow, I appreciate you. Additionally, this disclosure applies to live generated. Yeah, that's fine, we don't use it. Yeah, I don't know. It's difficult to know exactly where to draw the line. McLovin, thank you very much for the follow as well. I appreciate ya. I'd rather pay someone for art than implement AI. No, I would rather do it, but that also comes to a question about, you know, do I have the funds to pay someone? Because if we want to pay someone, preferably I should get like a, you know, rather professional artist, right? According to Chris Sikowski in his course, he put out like a general range that you should expect to pay somewhere between like $500 to $1,000, I think. And, you know, for someone that's currently living on my, you know, my own savings, basically fully self-funded, it's, I don't know, it's hard to know how, because, you know, that becomes a pretty big investment into the game. And like, is it gonna pay off? Who knows? Of course, this could be, I've said this before, this could be me putting the horse behind the wagon, whatever the fuck the expression is. Because you could argue that, you know, if I get someone professional to do the art, that might in turn benefit the game, which means that the game is going to do better and I have a greater chance of making my money back. Absolutely true. But before I know how much interest we have in the game, I also can't lie and say that it's not a little bit scary making an investment that big. Because yeah, paying like $500 to $1,000 for the Steam art. It is a pretty big investment on a game that currently has like 100 wishlists. Speaking of which, if you haven't wishlisted the game, feel very free to go and do so. You can find it here on Steam. Thank you very much. Is Windows 11 24H2 stable now? Is it safe to update? Good question. I have had some issues with my PC, I'm not gonna lie. But I never fully, you know, analyzed it to where I can say for certain whether it was the OS or something else. I haven't used Windows 11 for super long, but it's working fine. I don't love everything about it. There's definitely a few things that, for someone coming from having used Windows 10 for a very long time, there were a few things I didn't love about Windows 11, but it's working fine, I suppose. Are there any specific issues you're referring to in terms of the stableness? Or stability, I suppose the word is. Yeah, I agree. Cart before the horse, yeah. Did I say... Wait, did I say horse before the cart? Because that would be the correct thing, right? Wait, I don't even know what I said. That's a big investment regardless of income or whatnot. Yeah, no, I do think that is true. Like, I would like to do it. I just... Yeah, it's just hard knowing whether... Wishlisted, thank you so much, Sky. I appreciate you. Also, we should have new numbers, actually. I think Steam should have updated. Let's see. We should have yesterday's wishlist numbers. I think. Yeah, no, I think you should have. No, wait, I can't still see the data for yesterday, it seems like. Interesting. You said horse behind the cart, same thing, but subject... Oh, okay. Oh, fair enough, it was close enough then. Yeah, I think, like, I wouldn't be opposed to getting an actual artist to do this, but it is definitely it definitely is an investment, you know, into the game. I feel like we definitely have some ideas here, though. Let me actually save this one too. You know what? I kind of want to do... I think it was you, TK, who said it. Yeah, let's do a check how this would actually look in the Steam store, because that would be kind of interesting. Let's do something where you have the header capsule, which I think you do here. Oh wait, we can do this. Let's go... Categories. Why is this? Hello? Horror. This would be a bit interesting. Okay, what should we test? I think I want to do A, which is this one, as well as This one or this one? But wait, if I do that one, I want the one with more... Yeah, this one. Because this shadow here kind of increases visibility quite a bit. Did I... Have I saved this one? Yeah, this was a good idea. Interesting. The question is, which one do you think would intrigue players the most? What's up, Bindlestick Media? How you doing? Welcome in. Nice to have ya. How's the game development going? Game development specifically, we've not been developing a lot today. I think I've spent this entire day basically creating and debating capsule images. Which is good though. I think this is something good to do, because I do need to update these at some point. I think like no matter what, I think the ones I currently have are just not up to Steam standard. Welcome in Franco as well, nice to have ya. A stands out more to me, so you prefer this one. I think this one is more in line to what people expect from horror games. Most horror games seem to use this like, you know, like here, you have, wait, let me make a new layer. We have a monster and we have a title. That seems to be the general thing that horror games do. Monster, title. Whereas obviously this one is a little bit more unique and stylized, which I like, but I'm not sure that's the best thing. So currently the ones that are mine is this one and this one. These are the ones we're currently testing. In the silhouette one, text is not readable when it's small. Okay, let's do another test. Because I do think that this one, which is basically the same image but just a different layout, is a lot more readable. And I think it's fair to say, I think the one we had now, this one could be great for like main capsules and stuff, images that are displayed in a pretty big resolution. But I do think potentially for these smaller ones, I think you might be right that we need to do something like this that improves readability a bit. Is it only me or... no, it's fine. So what are we thinking now? Yeah, I do agree that this one becomes much more readable when we put it side by side, especially in these lower resolutions. I mean, we can try other ones as well. Can also show the one I have now. I think this is the worst one of the lot. This is the one that I think arguably is not up to Steam standard. I also do like, for example, this one, but the issue with this one is that I think Coderad had a very good argument against this one, which is the fact that this could be misinterpreted as a detective game or something rather than a horror game. I think that is fair. I wishlisted your game. Thank you very much, Rin. I appreciate you. It means a lot. Would white letters work instead of red? I feel they draw the eye. Yeah, I do suppose potentially, actually, that the white ones do perhaps pop a little bit more. I think the issue is that when we put it in front of him like this, it became a little bit harder to read. I also wonder, how would it differ if we... Just out of curiosity. Is this gonna work? Yeah. Which is that's also the reason why we made it more... a bit lighter, or darker rather. Oh. I mean, we can try it. Because I think here, having white becomes too unreadable, but when we put it side by side, it should actually work. Yeah, I suppose in some regard it does pop a little bit more. I liked that the light explosion behind this. I like the light explosion behind the silhouette. It adds some action. I think action-packed capsules are more inviting. Also, I think that red is less readable than white. Yeah, I do think, especially here. I don't think here. This is not more readable, right? I think if we do some image when we put the text in front of him, I think it needs to be red. But I do agree, here I actually think that the white text ends up popping a lot more. Which one do you prefer? I think my general thoughts here is that why is this not visible? Oh, I see. I think the good thing about this one is the fact that it follows the genre norm, meaning that most horror games do this type of thing. I think that's good. I think you could potentially argue that that also means that it is a bit more generic. I think that might be fair to say. Those kinda go a bit hand in hand, don't they? This one, I think... the good thing about this one is that it's... I don't know, it's mysterious, you know? I think the main... I don't know why I do this plural when I only add one thing anyway. I think the con with this one is the fact that it could be misinterpreted. I think that's the main issue with this one. This could be read as, oh, this might be a horror game. Sorry, it might be a detective game, or like more literally a I can't speak. A mystery game. I think the pro of this one is the fact that it is unique. I think that's kind of fair to say. And also old school, which I think kind of works with the point and click genre, since that's a pretty old school genre. I think the main con is that it I mean, it kind of goes hand in hand, right? The thing that makes this unique is also the thing that makes it kind of not follow the genre norm. Does that make sense? Potentially that it might look too much like an action game. I think the pro with this one, don't know. I think the con is it's bad. Rather, I would say, is not good enough. These are my general feelings about these. It's not good enough. I don't think it is. I actually don't. I don't think this is up to Steam standard. I just don't think it is, unfortunately. I think I made something that was like the easiest thing I could make, just using the assets I already had just to get the Steam page up, but I don't think this is up to the standard that people expect on Steam. It still kind of follows the genre with the monster on the side. Yeah, that is kind of true. It still follows that whole, like, you know, monster title kind of thing. I suppose it's the fact that the monster is very, like, stylized. That might be the thing that kind of sets it apart. But like I said, which is also the thing that makes it unique. But yeah, you might be right. I don't know if it's maybe entirely fair to say that it doesn't follow the genre norm. Too unique. The pro is the fact it's unique. I think the con is the fact that it might be too unique. Well, I wonder if it's the whole thing. Yeah, I don't know. Because it's still different compared to the other ones. Just most horror games have like a more clear, more like detailed monster rather than like a silhouette. Got the door more noticeable. Yeah, I think this one is a little bit cut off. I think that might actually make it worse. I wonder if it would be a pretty big improvement if we just do something like this. Yeah, I think it is. I think the fact that it went like all the way up to the top kind of made it not clear enough that this is a door. Yeah, I think that's much better. What? How do you make something too unique? Uniqueness is good? Not always. I think, maybe unpopular opinion, but unique is not always good. Because like, I think Chris Capsule talked about it in that course we did as well, which is, for example, if you're making a game, you might think that the best way to get something to really break through is to have like a completely unique game that's unlike any others, right? But is that the best thing to do? Like 90% of people who are looking for a game on Steam are not looking for something they don't know exists that is completely unique. Most people are looking for something that's similar to games they already like. I think that's why, you know, the kind of yoink and twist method is pretty good. Doing something that's unique but also similar to other stuff, which is not like full-on uniqueness, right? Like, it's inspired by other games, but you have something unique to offer. I think that's the best thing. I think being completely unique sometimes could actually be a bad thing. Does that make sense? And I think something could be said similarly about the Capsule art as well, where, like, here's the thing, being completely unique could work. I'm just saying that I think it's way more risky. Because usually when like 90% of games do one specific thing, in this case doing like thumbnails like this, it usually is because it's something that, you know, it's something that works, right? Is what players expect. And that's why I think this type of capsule art could be good. Because I think people who play a lot of horror games might even have an expectation to see a capsule image like this. So they will be actually like looking for this type of, you know, thumbnail when they look for the new game to play. Yoink and Twist, you have one Elgato Light, I have two. Yeah, basically. You little shit. Yeah. What do you think, Raka? Which one? Which one do you prefer? Okay, you know what? We'll do this. 2 unique question mark. Is that better? Okay, you would say CBAD. Interesting. I feel like this con actually might be enough for me to not want this one. A is too generic for me. I think that is fair to say. I think this becomes, since it is like the exact typical norm you tend to see in terms of horror games, I do think it is fair to say that it is arguably a bit more generic. That I think is fair. This one is definitely more unique. And like Franco said, it does kind of still follow the genre, you know? It's not like it's completely out of it, because we still have this type of thing of like monster title, which seems to be the horror norm. Just that the difference being that we would have something like a much more stylized monster. Should we do one more vote? We've done a lot of votes. Let's do one more vote. Keep in mind, we're not doing the exact ones. This is more talking about the style. So, which style do you prefer? It's not exactly which motive, which exact layout or whatever. I mean, layout is kind of important as well. It's more like style, general style and layout, I suppose, rather than the exact motives. The motives can change, the fonts can change, and so on. Anyway, A, B, C, or D? Let's do a poll. Remember to vote, people. Casting your vote is important. This is a democracy. But I have the final decision, because it's also a dictatorship. It's a mix. It's a hybrid. Democracy never works. What's up, Satsidak? I kinda like the B with the lamp and all. Yeah, I do think this was my favorite in the beginning. But I think... yeah, it's just like Codrad said before. I think the issue with this one is that it could potentially be misinterpreted as some type of like detective game rather than a horror game. I think that's my main pet peeve with that one. Overall, I really like the whole flashlight thing. I like the feeling it gives off, but just that is it clear enough that this is a horror game? I suppose you could make it more clear actually, with like depending on the font you use. Like if we had a very obvious like the Phasmophobia type of font, I think that potentially could make it more clear that it's a horror game. Because I suppose you could argue that this typewriter font could actually suit a detective game kind of well as well. Whereas if we did like a very like scribbly kind of, I don't know, horror themed font, maybe it would work better. But right now, yeah, it seems like you guys are preferring B or C. Most votes on C. Yeah, maybe we should try going for something like this. I do think that it's a little bit... it is a little bit more fun in some way. And it is currently the one with the most votes. Just put Chris Zukavsky's photo on the capsule and get millions of wishlists. Pretty decent idea, actually. Dictatorship. Yeah, that's it. That is what we have. We basically have a dictatorship that sometimes listens to democracy. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think this one is shite. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I liked this one. I don't think it's bad. I'm just scared that people could misinterpret it. Store testing. Damn, I can't believe I've actually spent 5 hours making and debating capsule images. That's kind of mad. I think it's good though. In the end, like, this is... I think it's important to test multiple things to see what might work. I wonder which one I would click on. I know which one I would click on. Neither, because I'm a coward. So all of these would scare me and I would go, yeah, probably not. Oh, I need to edit my 10 belts playthrough as well. That is something I need to get on. A looks a bit like Attack on Titan. I do see what you mean. Yeah, I think with this one I would swap out the monster, because I do think he is a little bit too much of a skeleton looking thing at the moment. If we're gonna do this, I think I need something that's a little bit more humanoid, since I plan on keeping the monsters somewhat humanoid. This is a little bit too monstery for me, if that makes sense. What's up, this plant? How you doing? What are you doing now? I have been testing a bunch of different styles for like capsule images. Basically what I've been doing for the past 5 hours. Which one do you prefer, this plant? It was mentioned before, have you tried adding a monster silhouette on the floor where the flashlight is hitting? Do you mean for B? I assume you mean for B. But wait, how would that work? I mean for B, but there's not a lot of space in B for that. I was imagining different composition. Yeah, we would need to change the composition somehow. I mean, you could even do something with the door as well. Where... imagine that you do something like this. In terms of like going for a silhouette rather than... straight up the monster. Wait, how do I want to do this? Okay, let's do this just for testing purposes. No, wait, this is gonna look like shit. Okay, let me cook. Just bam, erase this guy. He doesn't exist here no more. This might look weird, to be honest. Doesn't have to try. Is this the same layer? No, it isn't. This looks like shit. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Monster shadow. Manjo, have a nice stream. Thank you very much for dropping by today, Sky. I do appreciate it. And yeah, have a good one. Hope to catch you another time. Oh, I like the changes. The name in white is perfect. For which one? Prepare, making some soup. See you soon, this plant. Oh, you mean this one? Yeah, I do like it. It's similar to... But which one do you prefer? This one or this one? We also have this one with the white text. Here. This is technically a different one. I still think... I don't know if I'm crazy, but I kinda like borders. I know some people really don't like it. I feel like the whole thing kinda pops a lot more, even having just a simple little... almost like 1 pixel border. Does this one not pop a lot more than these two? I feel like that's the case. I prefer white letters, I'm not a fan of red letters. Yeah, I do think this one is... I think the thing is that, like we said before, it's much more readable when we have the white one. But that's only in this specific layout. In this layout, it's the opposite. Here, if we do white colors, this becomes almost unreadable. This is too difficult to read. But on the side-by-side one, I actually think that the white ones pop a lot more. Question is, how much are we going against like the... And how consistent do we want to be with the title? Is an argument to be made that we should keep it the same everywhere in every image? Probably. Probably. Consistency tends to be good, so it might be weird doing it in white text here and then doing red text somewhere else. I just had a weird idea. What about this? What if... I need to save some projects, I think. Save as monster door thingy, yeah. This one is very easy to edit, don't need to save that one. Okay, tell me if this is crazy. What if we, for the bigger ones, actually change this? Where let me duplicate this one, and then say that we try to keep the text being white. I'm thinking, for example, you know, the ones that are almost like fully square and stuff, or even taller. Because there are some quite big Steam assets. I think the library asset is quite big and tall. boom. Let's do a new one. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, let me see here. Let's take these two. Let's merge them like so. I'm gonna move this one down. Maybe even make it a bit bigger. Whoops. You merge down, move down. Make a collage of all the options. Yeah, we just use all of them. That would actually be pretty funny. But look at this, look at this. Tell me what you think about this. To not have to put the text over him, we could potentially just use a transform tool like perspective. This is very unreadable. Wait, let me... Layer, crop to content. I mean, I actually don't hate it. Also gives that kind of old school vibe, feels very like 80s horror poster. A bit in and out, no worries, but I like the idea of a flashlight since it's a big part of the game. Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Code said it before as well. I feel like the best thing would be if you could combine everything. If you could have like... If you could somehow have an image that shows off both like the darkness, the flashlight, as well as the monster. But I don't know how to like actually orchestrate that one. Because you are absolutely correct in terms of like the flashlight being a big mechanic in the game. Have we done them all? You mean like incorporating all of them in one? That I have not done. Mainly just I don't know exactly how to do it. I mean, the art of the model. No, a lot of this is a mixture of just ChatGPT's art and then me playing around with it. So, like, none of the actual motives are made by me. I've just used ChatGPT to get, like, ideas of... This is more like I explained before, this is not, like, perhaps final ideas of, like, exactly how it's gonna look in terms of, like, motives and stuff. But I find it to be a pretty good way of, like, just testing different styles and ideas just to get a quick, I don't know, reference, you know? I like F and the idea of C. How the fuck do people make these decisions? This is mad difficult. I suppose this is how you make the decision. You try different ideas and see which one seems best. They pick randomly and pray it works. Yeah, that is very possible as well, to be honest. I was lucky my in-game content was good enough. Yeah, that's basically what I try to do here, but unfortunately I just don't think it's good enough. I also don't know if maybe we should do a different font. This is the font I use in the game, but, you know, it's not necessarily bad to maybe have another font for the actual logo itself. I feel like that could be good. Because otherwise, even in the game, I feel like potentially... in like the main menu, this is the font I use now. If we have that font here and that font as the buttons, I feel like it might be a little bit... I don't know. It feels uncreative, you know? Maybe... I don't know, maybe we should just have an artist make a full-on font as well. I feel like that would probably be the best decision, you know, to get different ideas like this. Maybe decide kind of which general style we want, and then get an actual artist to make the assets as well as a logo that just everything fits perfectly. But then we also need to, you know, that means we do need to actually pay someone to do it. Which is the thing I'm also debating, like how much of an investment do I wanna make, you know? One of my teachers always said to not use the same font. Yeah, I don't know the theory behind that, but makes sense. Yeah, I feel like it could seem a little bit... I don't know, I feel like it seems uncreative in some way. I mean, we can always try to see how it would look. Quite easy. Just deactivate this one. We're making new UI Text Mesh Pro. Wait, I can't... Oh, no, I can. Wait, let me see if I can fix this. How do I do this again? Size equals 70%. Size slash boom. No. Slash size. There we go. Okay. I don't know, I feel like it becomes too much of the same stuff, right? I feel like it does give me a little bit of a... It feels uncreative to just use the same font for the title as well. I feel like it's nice having an actual logo of some sort. But I also kind of feel like the logo in-game should be the same logo as we use in the marketing material. Even if that means potentially not having pixel art here. Otherwise we could do what UFO 50 does. Because they have a pretty interesting idea. This is the Steam Capsule. So this is illustrated, non-pixel art. However, in the menu of the game, they have the same logo but pixelated. That is an idea as well, depending on how complex the logo ends up being. Also, Satsidak, are you here? Are you still here? Each middle of the year's game? Okay, no worries. I was just gonna check, because the other day when you subscribed, I was thinking about that after the last stream. Since that you had been subscribed for like 4 months in a row. I know you got a gifted sub. Did you subscribe after that one, but then not trigger any alerts? Just out of curiosity. Is that what happened? It was something that like... Yeah, okay, so you had it recurring, but it didn't trigger. In that case, something I realized. You should have... my bot should have logged more subscriptions for you. So I think I will manually add 2 more months now. Because I think if I'm not mistaken, the first one would have been the gifted sub. And then I assume you subscribed, so you should have 2 extra months. But fortunately I can add that manually to the bot. Because that's something I never thought about. The fact that since my bot technically reads the events that like happen on stream, those only trigger if the subscription is shared, you know, which is something I never thought about before. But that means that technically you deserve 2 extra months in the user logs, so I will sort that out for you. And also, thank you very much for subscribing, I do appreciate you. Yeah, that's something we can do. We have more people to add to the credits, don't we? So that technically I can say that I got a little bit of progress done in the game today. Boom. And then we're gonna go credits. There we go. Easy peasy. And yeah, like I said before as well, for anyone who doesn't know, this is basically a system where my bot tracks and logs everyone who's supposed to stream. And even if you use the redemption, if you watch the stream enough to collect enough channel points basically, or if you reach the large supported threshold, which is currently set at $25, it will automatically include you in the supporter list for the credits. However, for the people who are already supporters, just as a new little change, you can now change your name in the credits. If you would prefer to not have your Twitch username, just let me know. And basically what I did show this earlier, but I ended up making a system so that it also has a name override. So if anyone wants to, I can basically override your Twitch username, and that will be in the credits instead. Just letting you know. No more chicken noises for a while then. Damn, my plan is working. I'm messing. And the dopest thing is that I actually made the bot so that if you redeem it, and later on you would reach the threshold, it automatically refunds the redemption so you get your channel points back. I think that's pretty sick. Without me having to do anything. I think that's pretty cool. And likewise, you also can't get your name multiple times, because if you either have redeemed it before, or if you already are supported by, by monetary support rather than channel points, then if you try redeeming it again, it will once again automatically refund it. Yeah, I think it is pretty brilliant. Pretty good system. Basically the way that works, in case anyone is interested. Anytime someone redeems it, we also save the redemption and the reward ID. Otherwise this is set to null, basically nothing. Which means that if someone ends up reaching the total amount, which is the, if the total amount reaches the threshold to become a supporter, it checks if these are not null, meaning that this person has redeemed it before, then it uses these IDs to automatically refund it. And same thing, if you try to refund it, it then checks instead if the redemption ID is not null, or if the total amount is over the threshold, meaning you already are a supporter, then it also automatically refunds it. So you can't get it multiple times. I think it's kind of cool. What is this now? Holy shit. My bot is soon gonna be 1,000 lines of code. Only for this system with like tracking the support and stuff. It's kinda mad. But it seems to be working. It seems to be working well now. There is a potential that last stream I might have accidentally corrupted the user logs and ended up losing like 3 weeks of history in terms of events and stuff. So I had to manually add all of them yesterday. Potentially that happened. It was not very fun. But I did do a backup this time. So, and I also implemented a system so that probably should not happen again. Because now, when it loads it, if the user logs are null, which only happens if the logs are corrupted, then it immediately returns, doesn't do anything, and just says that the logs are corrupted, so then I can go in and fix it. It's working, insert non-existent Hillfoot emote, exactly. He is getting close though. He should, isn't he like 400 followers away from him turning on affiliates? It's getting close. It's getting close. Okay, let's save this. Greater than 0 on image whose sprite texture cannot be read. I don't understand this error. But I'm pretty sure it is in regards to this, to the room sprite. Let me see if we can fix this real quick. I can't stare at capsule art anymore. I think I'm gonna lose my mind soon. So we're gonna let me save this for now. I think I saved this one, didn't I? I feel like we've at least tried a lot of good ideas today, which I think is nice. I have something to sleep on and think about. I think just save this one. .hcf, that means you are saved as well. Save. Boom. Yeah, he's already starting to work on them. Yeah, I've seen a few here. I saw he made a cube one. That was pretty dope. I have one problem, I only have Prime subscription, so I'll have to alternate between you two. No worries, man. No worries whatsoever. Okay, let's see here. I think this whole issue, if I'm not misunderstanding this, I'm pretty sure it's about this one. Wait, do I actually know that? Yeah, room sprite, right? I mean, one of them said room sprite. Yeah, texture rooms. Oh, wait, what? Oh, do I have a canvas renderer here? Wait, is that the issue? Cold transparent mesh. Texture rooms is not readable. Rooms 0, that's not the one. Texture rooms is not readable. Why do I have a canvas renderer here? On an empty game object. You shouldn't need one, right? What if I delete this one? Still seems like we have a bunch of errors. I don't think I need that one. Oh, but it still selects the room sprite there. So I do think there's some issue with this one. Let's be honest here, this happened because we started refactoring this one, so I suppose this is the issue, isn't it? And I wonder if it is because of this one. It's either... Let's see, if you're not supposed to raycast alpha pixels... Oh, wait. Oh, is that the issue? What if I tell you to raycast alpha pixels? Because in the end, it doesn't matter because we don't highlight this object. Yeah, then it works. Oh, but wait, I can't raycast alpha pixels. Can I? Wait, this is the room sprite. Or maybe I could. I was thinking I won't be able to exit the room, but I kinda could. Since the exit is actually its own object, so I think it would still work. Yeah, for anyone who's interested in either playtesting or localization, you can do exclamation mark localize or exclamation mark playtest if you wanna apply in advance. Oh, something doesn't work. Direction up, that is the correct one. Oh, this one needs to raycast alpha pixels. I think this reset when I refactored it. Highlight object, deselect item, raycast alpha pixels. Yeah. Just sent my application, hope I can be useful. Thank you very much for applying. I appreciate ya. Okay, let's have a look now. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this should work. You can see that the exit is highlighted and then boom. And then we have the same issue here with the room, I think. So let me apply all, then we're gonna go in here, boom. We're gonna take you, the room, and we are going to raycast alpha pixels, apply. Then we're gonna apply this and turn you off. Now I think we should be error free, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, seems fine. When did it change playlist? There we go. Also, we'll see, I'm not sure, I don't think I'm gonna do a stream on Friday, since Friday, as far as I'm aware, yeah, is Valentine's Day, so I think I'm gonna be try and be a little bit of a good boyfriend and spend that day with my girlfriend. However, to make up for it, I think we're gonna do a bit of a bonus stream tomorrow instead. So you're still not gonna treason. That's funny. You still won't lose out on any streams. So I think instead we are going to do a bonus stream tomorrow instead. The highlight here is almost not noticeable. It's noticeable on the light from the flashlight, but not on the body of it. At least not as much. This is basically a test I was doing to see if potentially it could be a nice idea to have the player, instead of starting with the flashlight, you would find it in one of the rooms. Boom. I think we would like this one to be turned on from the beginning though, because it feels weird to pick up a flashlight that's turned on, but then it's turned off when you get it in your hand. I feel like that's a little bit odd. Might as well turn it on immediately. No, oh, you're busy tomorrow. Oh, sorry about that, man. I do think if I'm not mistaken, we should have a few broken items in here as well since the refactor. Wait, I wonder if I can fix that thing. Just what was the issue with the rooms, really? You're not supposed to raycast alpha pixels. So it's when it tries doing this one, it doesn't work, but it's not the texture. What? I don't understand that. Why did that issue actually appear? So if I try to have this one not raycast alpha pixels, then we start getting a bunch of errors. Is it how I imported these? Input texture alpha. Read/write. That is the only difference I can see. I wonder if that's the reason. Let's try turning that one on. Apply. And then, just out of curiosity, let's tell you to not raycast alpha pixels, and let's see if the error appears again, just out of curiosity. No, it seems to work. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it was import settings that was the issue. Then that should be fine. I don't know what we're gonna do tomorrow. Either we're gonna continue with the development tomorrow, or if I have a decision made on the capsule images, maybe we'll start looking into making new capsule art. I would really like to switch my capsule art out soon, because, like I said, I do feel like mine is just not cutting it at the moment. But I also need to look into, because I don't think I can use, as far as I'm aware, I don't think I can use ChatGPT art. So in that case we would need to make something ourselves. I wonder, where do you draw the line? If I myself change the art, like at what point is it not AI art? If the base was AI art, I suppose that's a bit subjective as well. Yeah, we'll see what I do about this. We'll see. However, ladies and gentlemen, I do think, unfortunately, we have to do a little bit of a short stream today. But like I said, we will be back for a bonus stream tomorrow. But for now, let's see if we can go and find someone to raid, so please stick around for just a moment. We'll see who we have live. But thank you all so very much for being here today. I really do appreciate each and every single one of ya. Also shout out to Kamarau for the raid, as well as all the people who have followed today. I appreciate you all. Checks with the bits as well, let's not forget that one. And thank you also very much for all the input and stuff in regards to these capsule images. We definitely have a bit more to work on now. I think it's good to visualize this stuff before we actually make our decision. So I'm gonna try and think about it a little bit more this evening, and we'll see if I've come to a decision tomorrow. Maybe I'll end up posting the little, what you call it, when you have multiple images. We used the term before. There's a term for it, collage. Yeah. Maybe I'll post the collage on Discord if people want to have more of a discussion on there. If you have not joined the Discord, feel free to join it if you want to connect a bit more with the community. And for now, let's go over to... Let's go over to Too Much Tomato. I don't think I have raided him before. Let's see. He seems to be up and running. Wait, we also have Rex Codes. This was a guy that... I don't remember who raided him. I followed someone else's raid. He seems like a pretty cool guy. You know what? Let's do Rex today. I think he's working on a like Twitch interactive overlay game kind of thing. Maybe more an overlay than a game, but it seems interesting. He has a pretty cool vibe, so let's jump over and say hello to him. Like I said, once again, thank you all so very much for being here. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate each and every single one of you. It really means a lot having you guys here, helping me out, or just lurking, whatever it might be. I do appreciate ya. Like I said, we are going to do a bit of a bonus stream tomorrow, and then we'll see. I probably won't stream on Friday, but yeah, because of that, we are going to do a bonus stream. Yeah, also, there's a good shout here. We do have a new raid emote, so for subscribers, you can do this one as well. Yeah, that is basically it for today. Thank you all so very much, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Cheers!